Good evening. Are board members ready? All the board members ready?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. We're opening the public hearing, continued from last night. The first thing is, people know that in case of an emergency, we have 3 exits, one on each side of the room and one in the back, which you go downstairs out and out to the back of the parking lot, and everybody goes in the same position. We're going to open up and continuing of the public hearing of last night. I'm going to ask the applicant to come forward. The other thing is that I've been told by the town people that we need to take, and the residents that are here need to remember that you have to use the microphone, and they say who you are and where you're located, and you can't publicly talk in the seat without doing that. Just so everybody realizes that's a issue in the town here with everybody. Tom, you've got the reply, and I think, Tom, is that where we want to start? Is on that? So that was your major issue last night.
Yeah, sure. If they want to talk to, they gathered some materials that, we got sent to us. As I was basically walking out the door from Boston. So maybe they can help digest some of that.
And generalize on that, okay? So we'll start that way.
Absolutely. Well, Valerio Romano again for ComCan. Thank you, members of the board, Mr. Chairman, especially after the late last night to do it again tonight, and I appreciate it. We did go through, as was requested by members of the board, we went through the slides presented by Dr. Medina, and we came up with some evidence and some studies and some rebuttal to those slides, as was requested by the board. So going through the slides, and I think the evidence that we presented directly speaks to the portion of the zoning bylaw that has been relied on by the opponents to citing this medical use in town in order to bring up what I still contend is somewhat irrelevant arguments in opposition that don't really talk about the actual zoning bylaw and what's in there and our special permit approval. But particularly the public health and safety and welfare aspects have been used in order to attack this use and citing the RMD at that location. And so if you go to slide, the third page, the Schedule 1 argument, we talked about this a little bit last night, but the definition of Schedule 1 is also that it has no accepted medicinal value, but Eric Holder and the American Academy of Pediatrics have called for rescheduling marijuana based on the belief that marijuana simply does not meet the qualifications for a Schedule 1 classification. And I have 2 articles from the Huffington Post that internally there have even further sources and sites for that. So that's the American Academy of Pediatrics. And if you look at those Huffington Post articles, one of them you have the former Attorney General, Eric Holder, saying it's ridiculous to treat weed like heroin, but he can't do anything about it now. That's just a Schedule 1 issue. I won't belabor that, but it's simply a function of Congress not acting is why we still have that. If you go to...
One
Yes.
second. If I know the documents came out to you guys kind of late. I do have if there's any particular article that he cites that you want to take a look at, I can provide you with that if you haven't had a chance to print it out.
I know I was able to print mine out on the way out the door, but I don't know if you guys have them.
Yeah, if I have a stack of them.
Here, I have them here. You work through yours.
Just also on that, the American Academy of Pediatrics strongly supports the rescheduling and the research and development of marijuana treatments. And that was sort of a contradiction of one of the assertions that was made by a member of the public last night, saying that the only reason that the FDA hasn't looked at this is because medical marijuana dispensaries or something don't want them to. I didn't really exactly follow it, but it is largely because of the Schedule 1 nature of the drug. So the next one is the federal law imposing a 1,000-foot school zone perimeter. It's actually not true. Under the Controlled Substances Act, there's really sentencing enhancements if you're within 1,000 feet. But the federal, as we talked about last night, and I did this off the top of my head without citations, but federal law currently prohibits the Drug Enforcement Agency from interfering with those complying with state marijuana laws. And so Section 543 of the 2016 Omnibus Appropriations Bill, none of the funds made available to this act to the Department of Justice may be used to prevent any of the states, I'm sort of paraphrasing, not going to read all the names of the states, prevent any of the states from implementing their own laws that authorize the use, distribution, possession, or cultivation of medical marijuana. So this was used as a defense in California in the case that's cited here. So it's actually been a criminal defense in a criminal case, the fact that the feds are not supposed to be spending money on interfering with medical marijuana jurisdictions. So that goes to the 1,000-foot buffer issue. Where the 500-foot property line to property line bylaw in Southborough is actually more than the Department of Public Health requires at the state level. At the state level, it's 500 foot from building to building or facility to building. And so it's not even, so you actually have a greater buffer than is required by the state of Massachusetts. And our site complies with that greater buffer. So,
5 or no?
yeah, do you want to do 5? Yeah, go ahead.
How you doing? Again, Mark Rosenfeld, CEO of ComCan. I'm going to just reference slide 5 in particular, which is entitled Consequences on Young Children. I took this more upon myself to familiarize myself with the study that was cited. I printed out the entirety of the study. An overview was given on the slide. I have that here. Absolutely. Essentially, the slide cherry picks data from a study entitled Pediatric Marijuana Exposure in a Medical Marijuana State by George Sam Wang, MD, et al. The review of the entire study reveals that 1% of all studied incidences of hospitalizations of children under the age of 12 at one specific Colorado hospital as a result of unintentional ingestion, it cites 588 cases. Those are not 588 cases of accidentally ingesting cannabis or a cannabis product. They're unintentional ingestions resulted in a patient, resulted as a result of the child ingesting medical marijuana. So it was 1%. The study cites Colorado's, quote, ubiquitous solicitation and advertising of medical marijuana. Such advertising is prohibited in Massachusetts per the DPH regulations. The study acknowledges multiple severe limitations on the final page in the way its data was collected and states directly that, quote, the data are from Colorado and medical marijuana state laws vary, so our findings may not apply to other states. The study cites Colorado's, quote, lack of regulations on storing medical marijuana products in child-resistant containers, including labels with warnings or precautions, or providing counseling on safe storage practices. And the primary takeaway, other than this should be a point of discussion, is that the results of the study, quote, may suggest a role for public health interventions in this emerging industry, such as child-resistant containers and warning labels for medical marijuana. These suggestions have been fully implemented by the Department of Public Health in Massachusetts, and ComCan will comply with said regulations in every way.
Thanks, Mark. And please feel free to interrupt if we're not, getting to a point on any of these studies, or we're trying to hustle through quickly because I know there's another hearing after this, and we're almost done, actually.
I'm interested in the diversion page, if you guys could address that.
Yes, that's the next one. So, I mean, there's really not a lot more to add to it other than what we talked about last night. One is the 2 new crimes that are created under the medical use of marijuana statute, and the fact that we don't really agree that there's significant diversion. If there had been cases of that, they'd be on the front page of the Globe right now. But even so, the fact that it's going to be that the patients have limits, the patients have to have a debilitating medical condition. If you're going to go in, and if you set up a patient who's going to go in to get marijuana for somebody else and not for themselves. One way to think about it would be, so somebody has to go to their doctor and maybe not really be a patient, lie to their doctor about their debilitating medical condition, go through the process of getting a card from the Department of Public Health, then go into a medical marijuana facility to buy medical marijuana at the same price or more from street prices, and I think we talked about this last night, although I can if we haven't, and then sell or give away that marijuana. When, and it's a problem, and I'm not saying it's not, but there's plenty of marijuana out there anyway. Why would somebody go through that trouble of going to buy marijuana at a dispensary just to go sell it somewhere else or give it away somewhere else? It's not like you can't just walk down the street in virtually any community and get marijuana anyway.
There's a simpler version of that story too, right? The person who legitimately has a card to get medical marijuana, they go to a dispensary, they get it legitimately, they're not faking anything, they're not falsifying their documentation, they're legitimately getting marijuana products from a medical dispensary, bringing it home, and then from that point, there's lack of controls on what happens with it from there. And we talked last night about it being in the form of brownies and cookies and things like that. That can get exposure to children and to other people, diverted to other people who are not the medical user. And so, Dr. Medina's cite, to say that it's not major. I mean, his stats that he cited are pretty significant. 78% of that study reported using medical marijuana that had been recommended for someone else, diverted medical marijuana.
So this is not a study about Massachusetts regulated market. It's a study.
No, but it's about medical marijuana, right?
It's a study out of Denver, where it's just apples to oranges compared to what we have. I mean, yes, you can call it medical marijuana.
In Colorado, people who want pot or marijuana can get it from other sources too. So this is a stat that's limited specifically to medical marijuana, even though other sources of marijuana are available.
Yes, and in Massachusetts, we've created a 6-month crime for a patient who goes and does that. So and also we're going to have patients actually sign an acknowledgement that they're not going to do that when they come in.
Right. But the takeaway from this is that the incidences of medical marijuana being diverted to other people can be fairly significant.
Yeah. Yes, it can be significant. I don't really see it
I see
happening.
your point. Your point is in Massachusetts, it hopefully will be less than Colorado because we have these two new laws.
We have two new laws.
There will be less incentive for people, so that's 73% in Colorado, to do the same thing here because there's laws that will prosecute them.
There are laws that prosecute them. We have decriminalization of under an ounce anyway. Yes, sorry, Mark.
Go on.
I just noticed one thing about the slide. It's not, I didn't read it to say that 73% of adolescents said that they got medical marijuana that was recommended from someone. It's that the first bullet was that study participants from 2 adolescent substance abuse treatment programs. So the people that were surveyed, these are people that
Who are
already have a substance abuse problem.
Thank you, Mr. Dennington. So I hope, I don't have a perfect answer. I can't tell you definitively that a patient's not going to, but I'm telling you that we added a new crime on the books for it. We're going to get patients to sign off and acknowledge that they're not going to do that. If they do that, they're going to jail for 6 months and their face is going to be on the front of the Boston Globe. And we have no reports that it's happened so far. So, but I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that it just doesn't happen ever.
And also, what you're suggesting is a patient, a medical marijuana patient, not being conscientious with their medicine, right? So it's left out or accessible by somebody else in the home. Part of our mission and part of our requirements is to educate the public as to the proper storage and proper procedures that they should put in place, and educate them as to how they should safeguard their medicine. That should be safeguarded. Any type of medicine should be safeguarded. No amount of medicine or alcohol should be out in the open, free from anybody watching over it.
Or Percocet or anything else.
Sure.
Yeah.
I have another question as far as what you're saying on that is, if people that have a prescription for the marijuana, are they not limited to only getting so much at a certain time? So that if for some reason it gets lost or used up by somebody else, that they can't just come back and get more immediately? Is
That's
that-
right. And that's why the dispensaries have to have a live database connection to the Department of Public Health's website in order to actually be open. You have to be able to check that exact fact as to whether a patient has bought their limit before they're able to buy any more from you. And if
That
you're not,
is controlled.
that absolutely is controlled. The Department of Public Health keeps track of every single one of those sales.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Could I just ask one question here?
Of course,
What-
Mr. Williams.
Did you just review briefly, what is the history in Massachusetts? Because you just alluded to the fact that we don't really have a history or any trend showing that it is being diverted. Where are we in along the timeline of medical marijuana dispensaries?
Oh, not very far, Mr. Williams.
Okay.
Absolutely. So the first one opened, I believe, was June of last year. So that was in Salem Alternative Therapies Group.
But that's what you were saying, that from that, that you don't have reports of.
We don't have
marijuana
reports, and
diverted.
and I can be certain this would be a hot topic in the press that I would have heard about, because this is pretty much what I think about all day, and we don't have reports of that I've seen so far. Moving on to slide 7, the increase in marijuana-related hospitalizations. It cites a University of Pittsburgh Medical Center website or study saying hospitalizations with marijuana abuse or dependence codes increased in California from 17,000 to 68,000 in 2012. California's had a medical marijuana program since 1996, so that by itself, I don't know, and they didn't do recreational. They still don't have a non-medical program. But what they were actually, 99.2% of those were secondary codes, meaning the person was actually hospitalized for something else. And they just put in the system that they also had marijuana in their system.
Actually, a dumb question. What do people get hospitalized for marijuana for? I mean, I mean, if someone has a heroin overdose and they have cardiac arrest or something, what happens to cause people to go in the hospital for marijuana?
So no one has ever died, and when I say ever, I mean ever, from overdosing on marijuana. Ever. So I'm not saying like since 96 in California, I'm saying since the dawn of mankind, no one has ever died from overdosing on marijuana. So, I think people, who aren't maybe used to the effects and maybe take too much, on a recreational basis, and that don't have the kind of counseling that ComCan will provide to patients when they come in and aren't getting strains that's suited for their particular condition, they might have that problem. Somebody who's on a vacation in Colorado and says, oh, I'm going to try these space cakes or whatever they call them, and they wind up, but that's not what this is about here in Massachusetts. It's a medical program. So, but I hope that answers, because
Yeah, I mean, how do we, as people show up with,
I think people get
Breathing.
anxiety from taking, too strong.
Yeah,
all right, just curiosity, I don't want to dwell on it, but.
No, I really, it's a total red herring, this idea that people are going to the hospital for,
physical reactions
Yeah.
and mental reactions.
yeah, it's more of a mental thing than a physical thing.
Right, we know opiates shut down in your back of your brain, they shut down your ability to breathe sometimes, and they lead to cardiac arrest from that. That's not why somebody reports it's a misnomer. An overdose of marijuana. It doesn't exist. But because somebody gets too high and maybe they go to a hospital because of it, they want to feel safe.
But just to repeat, at ComCan and all over, in all the groups that are actually finally make it through the incredible process of opening a dispensary in Massachusetts, all the scrutiny from the department and from the towns and from the police and from the residents, and finally make it all the way through, they're all going to do a fantastic job about educating their patients and about making this a truly medical program. So the next slide, the public safety data indicate detriment to community. Cash-only business, well, we have frequent cash sweeps. It's going into a safe and then going up to the bank all the time. there's a lot, just like there's easier ways to get marijuana than going into a dispensary to get it if you're not actually valid to get it or begging there's easier ways to get cash if you're going to hold somebody up than going into the dispensary that you need to show 2 forms of ID. You need to show 1 form of ID before you can get in the first door. Then you're locked in a secure vestibule. You got to show 2 forms of ID before you get in there. Then once you get in there, there's a security guard in there, and that's the place you're going to pick to hold up in Massachusetts. So this is data from 2009 and 2016. They're bullets from Colorado, and they're comparing Denver's recreational marijuana program. So that's just not relevant to what we got going on here in Massachusetts. It's just not. So that data that's cited in that is really not something that I think we can use, and is not germane. It's just there's easier ways. If somebody wants to hold something up, they'll go to the liquor store. Banks are far more likely to get robbed, according to some studies, than marijuana dispensary. So, and I have a whole nother set of studies that's actually on my letterhead that we can talk about too. I just hate to take so much time.
Well, given the amount of time, I wonder if, we have a limited amount of time. I mean, I was mostly interested in Diverge. I don't know if other board members are more interested in going through all those slides. I know we wanted to leave time for further public comment on the application, and also some recommendations for what people think for conditions. I mean, I don't know if you guys want to cut to that, or you want to keep hearing about the.
I'm satisfied with where we are at this point. It's up to you, the board members,
I
and
mean,
you were the one that had wanted this done
yeah,
mostly.
I'm good with
so
it now. I don't know if people want to continue along with
Does
this or
the rest of the
open
board
it back up to the
agree that
public.
where we are so far is presently all set?
I'm good.
I am too.
I'm set.
Okay, all right. Then in lieu of that, we're going to open this up to the public again. But tonight, when we start this, anyone that has not spoken since last night, I would like to have them speak first, if they want to make any recommendations or any thoughts. If there's anybody in the public that would like to. Yes, sir?
Hello, thank you. Matt Ryan, 53 Deerfoot Road. I'll try and keep this brief, as I know there's a lot of other people who want to speak, and we're on a time limit. Obviously, for the record, I'm not opposed to medical marijuana. We all know tragic stories of where it's been beneficial. So I'll say that off the top. My concern or my request for clarification, though, is we've heard a lot of pediatricians, nurses, scientific background, law enforcement. I'm a former federal agent myself. I can tell you my experience has been the same as the DHS agent from yesterday. And I guess my concern is what's the rush, right? I know there was a vote, town meeting. I didn't make it to town meeting. I don't make it to all. I make it to some. I work, I travel, like many of the people here. And I know for a fact there are people in this audience who voted in support of this, yet are here now in opposition, because we can say whatever we want about whether it was misleading, misunderstood. They voted one way, they realized what maybe they didn't realize there was perhaps a third option. It was never presented. So I guess my concern is what is the rush to do it? Is the goal of the board's decision expediency or getting it right for the town? And I don't understand why this can't go back before the town, get an up or down vote. If maybe it gets voted up, and we all, we've done it, it's been clearly stated, fully understood. We get an upvote, we go forward with it. Everyone's happy, we're content. Maybe we're not happy, maybe we are, but it's gone through the process. And I think that's my concern here, is that there's an appearance of a rush to judgment, and there's so much concern and I think valid questions that I would just ask that maybe we, what is the end goal? Is the end goal to put the best product in Southborough, our best foot forward, or is it to get this process moving forward? And so I just ask that maybe we consider, what is the rush and what's the end goal? That's all I have.
The
Thank you.
legal issue on this is I'm going to ask town council to continue, representative, what I'm going to say, and what you're saying is to continue this before it goes to town meeting. This presentation that's presently in front of us is under the regulation that has already been approved, and not be able to have the new thing have anything to do with this.
So I've got to think that there is mechanism in town government that will allow for some sort of, I can see
Some
you're
sort
ready
of-
to go. You're ready to go. I
Some
can see
sort
it.
of,
No, action, I don't know.
okay, well, no, let me, this is an application for zoning relief under Chapter 48 of the Mass General Laws. That has to be acted upon in a certain period of time. It is afforded a full and public hearing, and it'll go through a standard administrative process, but unless the applicant chooses to withdraw it, the board, and as long as it's in proper form before the board, and it wouldn't be here if it wasn't, then the board has to make the decision either in favor or opposed.
And if it's opposed, I would assume that they could resubmit.
They will, if they, if the zoning relief is not granted, they will be constrained on a resubmittal.
For 2 years, right?
Okay.
For a period
I'll
of
still be
time.
here in 2 years with my kids, you know, and I'll be glad to come back and I'll vote, you know, based on my opinion. But again, I think it feels like there is an urgency to pass this, and there's clearly a lot of concern in town, right or wrong. There's clearly discontent. So, thank you.
Howard Rose, 2 Bantry. I want to thank you. I had almost the exact same comments. Frankly, I'm feeling a little duped. I was at the town meeting, and the way it was presented, the head of the Health Commission came up and said, we have to put this in place now to protect our town. There's no guarantee, there's no reason that there's going to be medical marijuana, but this is going to keep it away from put it in a zone and keep it away from our housing. And now we have it right at our school. So that didn't work, and now, if I'm not mistaken, there are 1 or 2 warrants up on the next town warrant to correct the law that was done erroneously, in error or whatever. I don't think it's up to this board. I think it should go before the town and let the town make the ruling on that. I understand what you just said, but we've watched years, and we've been watching another project continue for 3 years. There should be no reason that this can't continue. Ask for continuance, put it to town meeting, see what happens. If 60% of the town really voted for this, it'll go through, we'll be right back where we are. If the town really was duped and realize what they're really getting and they want to make that correction, the town should have the right. We are a town that doesn't even have a grocery store, and yet we're putting in a medical marijuana potentially. I mean, this should be in front of the town, let the town make its rule. It should not be decided by a board of not even elected, but appointed, respectfully appointed. But this should be in front of the town to make the decision of what's in their town.
Any further public comments from anybody prior to, that have not spoken before? Okay, sir.
John Megan from A. Fitzgerald Lane, Southborough. One question, I echo exactly what they just said. It just seems like it's very rushed.
Excuse me, sir, you need to get closer to that mic.
Sorry. It feels like it's very rushed. And like Matt said, I try to attend town meetings, and when I can, and I don't get to all of them. And this particular one I did not. And it just seems really rushed, like we're trying to rush in. We don't even have a grocery store, which is a great comment. And you,
Representatives from Morrow's here. Is Morrow's not considered a grocery store?
Not anymore. Not lately.
Carry on.
So, anyways, we have some friends from Colorado. They said that, you look around and don't let it kid you. Most of the people there are 25-year-olds that are complaining about some type of prescription. They get a prescription so that they can smoke marijuana legally. I just don't feel like we really need this in the town. And to her point, if it goes back to vote and you find 60% do, then okay. But, that's one comment we had. And I missed the conversation last night, but all the discussion about how close it is to the school, and yeah, it's outside of the boundary of the school, but you're putting it in right by a neighborhood that has kids there. And, how would you like to be those families living right there next to the pot dispensary. It just, and what value is the town getting out of this? Is it a purely financial thing? That we can't survive without a dispensary? And, finally, if you ask the medical community, there are a lot of other legal drugs, pills that they use to treat the same kind of symptoms you're trying to treat with medical marijuana. So.
Excuse me, anybody else that hasn't commented before yet?
No, hi.
No
you're gonna go
comments?
ahead. He asked some questions. Are you going to answer some of the questions, or are we just going to?
Just go forward, ma'am.
Okay. I just talk a little bit about medical marijuana diversion. I think I'm more interested in this. I don't know, maybe you guys read this before.
Thank you.
So my name is Guam. Yeah, I'm from 36 Meadow Lane. So this is just the internet I got from the Harvard and the Boston Children's Hospital. They got a study about the marijuana as the medical marijuana diversion into clinical population for use. Yep, early trend after legalization. So this is talk about the Massachusetts, right in our state. So then one of the side they talk about, marijuana is only second to alcohol as the most abused substance for the 12th grade, basically for our kids. And in another study, they talk about, when the people go into the hospital, for the abused substance, 77% of the case, for those, young kids that abused because of marijuana, not because of other substance, as you can see. So it's a really, really big issue for our young kids. And so our state legalized the marijuana in 2013. And when they legalized, they actually allow the patient, the medical marijuana, the patient, the card holder, right? They can get 10 ounces. 10 ounces can give to the patient 1 ton. You know how much is 10 ounces? As you can see the picture, the balance you can see that's 1 ounce, 10 tons of that. So that's a lot of them. A lot of marijuanas can be given 1 ton to the patient. So when you flip to another slide, you can see, for this, medical marijuana diversion, as you can see, we legalized in 2013. As you legalized over the years, so the percentage of the people get the marijuana, by diversion, the percentage increased from 20 to 29%. As you can see, because of legalization, so that those people just get the marijuana from the diversion people. I mean, from the legalized people, So another side, I think probably some set of data, those are people, get the marijuana. In the past 3 months, 79% of the people, they got the marijuana is actually from the legalized, those people can get it from the marijuana, from the stores, not from the street. That means 80% of those people, they get the marijuana is from those stores. And for those patients, and for those people, actually, as you can see, most of the people that get the marijuana is from the young patient, those people, get the legalized marijuana from the stores. Those are the young patients that give they open most of the marijuanas, if the patient, they give those to the patient. So the main point here is, if we allow another store in our town, so we'll have more stores of the marijuana, and there's a much bigger chance for our children to get the marijuana. So that's for this reason, for the safety of our children, we should oppose this store in our town. So that's my first point. Another point is from the downtown Zoom, the Zoom plan, we have, I think I got the town of Southborough open space and recreation plan in 2009. There's a version from the internet I got it. At the page 65, there's the map. I didn't give you guys a copy, but in that map, actually, they talk about the recreational plan for the hiking trails and also the pedestrian sidewalks. I think so. For that plan, they actually include the Clifford Road as a future plan for use as a pedestrian walk. They planned for that in 2009. They already did that. So I think in the near future, our town has a plan for doing that. So to establish a pedestrian walkway over there in that Cliff Road, so that should be treated as a recreation facility. So for that, Cliff Road is belong, it's shorter than 500 feet, the distance. So that was 2009. We already had the plan for that. So we think we should stick with that plan. Thank you. That's my 2 points.
Karen Mugridge, 15 Parmenter Road. You're about to watch someone not make a lot of friends. First of all, I should say that I'm a member of advisory, but speaking as an individual. I'm also going to say that I have no connection whatsoever to the people on CONCAM, and really my only motivation for speaking is because I'm a registered nurse. I'm a member of the the American Public Health Association, the Massachusetts Public Health Association, and I have seen the benefits of palliative medical marijuana used for people. Today, online, and I apologize, I'm not that great a public speaker. Today I went online, and this by no means is a comprehensive list of towns, but one of the issues being discussed is distance from schools. Norwell, Malden, Dennis, Hanover, Spencer, Westboro, Hopkinton all have a 500-foot distance. Every town that I looked at had a 500-foot distance from schools. So I thought, is it just me? Can I find any that have a 1,000-foot distance? So I tried Googling it in the reverse, 1,000-foot distance from schools. Found none. Does that mean that there aren't any? No, not at all. That said, one of the issues that you're looking at is diversion, crime, incidents of things happening. A very legitimate concern for people is, could something happen that would be detrimental to our children? I would present that the distance of 500 feet to 1,000 feet, I don't think anything's going to happen in that specific buffer zone. So I would urge the board to consider that. It was mentioned last night, let me also say, because of my role on advisory and my interest, I watched the entire hearing from last night, although I was not here. And it's been mentioned several times that there were 2 town meetings where this was discussed. It was rushed. In addition to those town meetings, there were at least double-digit meetings through planning board, advisory meetings, selectmen meetings, where this topic was discussed. It was modified. They were all publicly posted meetings. So this topic was fully discussed, posted. I do realize that the public process is not familiar to many in town, but this was not rushed. It maybe wasn't of direct interest to people here, because maybe for whatever reason, but it was not rushed. And I would venture to say, with the exception of maybe 1, 2 people in this room, I was at just about as many as anyone of those meetings.
Excuse me, I want to correct one thing further, is the
Sure.
ZBA did have a public discussion on this article before town meeting, and it was done.
So you're one of
I
the
was
many.
the representative that submitted it to the board.
So you're one of the many boards and committees that have had prior meetings. It was mentioned last night, so I'm not going to belabor it, but there are many, the focus has been not on the positive aspects of this drug. And in doing my research, in addition to the knowledge that I already have, a quote jumped out at me. We're all familiar with the horrendous epidemic and problem that there is with the opioid crisis. This has been, the quote that jumped out at me that resonated is that this is not always a gateway drug, it's an exit drug. Many people use this to get off of other drugs that they have a problem with that can be used as abuse. It's used for, as mentioned last night, these are mass qualifying conditions that are medically approved for using medical marijuana. Cancer, glaucoma, AIDS, Hep C, ALS, Crohn's, Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis, in addition to many others. These are real people who have real chronic issues, problems, terminal illnesses. Someone last night mentioned someone in their 80s who talked about wanting to use it. The diversion issue, I mentioned it briefly before, and it's a legitimate issue. I think the focus of this committee should really be on not how it is in society, but how it relates specifically to this location. And I think a lot of what's being brought up is getting a little bit off topic from that. I'll leave it at that. One of the things that was brought up last night that I just want to emphasize that I think was really important that I hadn't thought of, that was brought up at the selectmen's meeting and was kind of brushed over last night that I don't want to lose sight of, is the hardship growing, which is allowed currently, which means that people that can use medical marijuana are now allowed to grow it in their house. It was not mentioned last night, but I believe was at the Board of Selectmen's meeting. That means they can use grow lights, increases a fire hazard. If this is allowed, that would not be allowed, increases public safety.
That was brought up last night, I think, by the attorney, did state that.
The hardship growing was, but not the fact that the neighborhoods, the town is at risk for people having a hardship growing in their homes with lights and things like that. There's a fire risk, and that at least if it was brought up on the video, I missed it. I talked about the multiple meetings that, just again, because people aren't familiar with the process often, it was more than just the town meetings. A lot of the evidence and things that are referenced have been anecdotal. The effect on property values, a lot of the reference to that, in other communities, in other states, they don't have dispensaries like this. They have grow houses. It's hard to compare apples to oranges. It's hard to compare one study and say this is what's going to happen in Southborough because you're not looking at the same thing. In many of these studies, you've got a community where, while they may say medical marijuana, what's often mixed in, it's a community where there's medical and recreational use. So it makes it difficult for you to look at it. I could probably, you could go back and forth for days presenting studies that say, here's pro, here's con, and, get all confused. Lastly, and again, I could present things saying that, sob stories or examples of patients that were helped and why, I think this should go forward. But lastly, there are two locations on Route 9. One, 257 Turnpike Road, the other at 337 Turnpike Road. Both are companies that work with infusion therapy. both have, one I actually spoke with a couple of weeks ago. They do infusion therapies of all types of medications, right on up through narcotics. The other one, I've only been to their website, that's New England. I'm sure you have seen New England Home Therapies. The other one does not have a sign. These are medications right up through opiates and narcotics. I haven't seen, I've been in this town for 20 years. I haven't seen, these are drugs that have a much higher abuse rate. The superintendent of our schools, it's been in the newspaper this year, much to her credit, is initiating a program to have Narcan in our schools. I haven't seen a single person have anything speaking out on any of these two companies that are within less than a mile of this facility. So I'm going to leave it with that.
That's right next door.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I have to leave because I have an advisory meeting. So I'm just saying that out of no respect to anybody here. It's not that I don't want to hear what you have to say. Trust me, I will watch and listen.
Thank you.
So my name is Jun, 3 Presidential Drive. Can we limit each person to 5 minutes so we can hear more voices? 5 minutes per person, right? Is
What's
fair?
that, sir? Speak closer to the mic.
Okay. Can we limit each person to 5 minutes so we can be
Get
fair?
your point out, we can keep it moving through.
Okay. So first of all, right, why we are here, right? Not for myself, for the children, right? If I have never used pot, and it took me a while to realize pot is marijuana when I first came to US. So now, so it's, I want to try. Easy now, right? Next door, I go there, spend like a couple $100, open like 2 cards, right? Easily get the marijuana now, so good for me, right? But I'm here because I have 2 boys. I don't want them to have easy access. So that's why I'm here, right? Guys, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Board members, I beg you, please, work carefully for the children, for our future. I want to use it easy, right? I go there, now it's easy for me. It's good news for me, right? So also the other thing is, I think now in Southborough, the Chinese community, roughly 8%. I know we, Chinese community, strongly oppose this because we know if once this door open, it's going to affect my children. So I'm here not for myself, I'm here just for make sure our children, it's hard, make sure they don't have easy access to those things we call pot, right? Whatever it is. So people may say it's easier for the people who need them. My father has cancer, lung cancer, right? I drove him very often to Boston, right? To go to surgery, chemotherapy. You need it, you do it, right? Doesn't matter where, right? You go to the best place. Go to Boston, go to Framingham, doesn't matter. Go there, get it, right? Why Southborough? This is our hometown. I want my children have a safe place, especially it's so close to the school. Thank you.
I have a couple of notes. So, Robert Goncheski, 4 Strawberry Hill Road. I just moved into this community about a year ago, just a little over a year ago. I probably know about a fifth of the people in here right now. Very strong sense of community. This place does not have shouldn't be anywhere close to a school. It should not be within walking distance of school. 500 feet, how long does that take you to walk? Not much. 1,000 feet, I'd rather it be like a mile. But anyways, I have some questions for you. As far as these criminal punishments that you talk about, are they statutory? Or is it something that if you got found, it'd be negotiated and they'd go away? Are they statutory penalties or are they real penalties?
What is that question, sir?
I want to know if the penalties are statutory. So if somebody gets caught selling it to somebody, will they get a mandatory 6 months, or is it something that's going to be negotiated away?
You have a comment on that, sir?
I don't know the answer, actually, because I don't think anyone's been prosecuted for them yet, because it's not, all the fears that everybody's talking about here aren't actually happening. So, you know, I don't have a perfect response for that. I'm sorry.
It sounds like it's a question as to mandatory minimums, which gets into sentencing guidelines and a rebuke of the judicial system and not a place for the zoning board of appeals.
Okay, I just wanted to know if you had any information on that. And also, as far as this deadline you speak of, would this deadline expire before the next town meeting, where we're in a rush to pass this before the next town meeting?
That has nothing to do with this meeting. When we get down to the point of the deadline, if there's an issue, we can have it continued if we get to that point. Which presently, with the discussion that was done last night, most likely that won't happen.
All right, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Manager Yazdani, 16A Bantry Road. I'd like to make a couple of points. We are comparing apples and oranges consistently with some of the data that's being presented. We're saying that some of the evidence we're seeing is in Colorado. They don't have the same laws or some of the same things that we have instituted here in Massachusetts. Yet, these laws have only been on the books for a short time. Our applicants can't answer some of the legal questions that are being asked because there's no experience with it. The first dispensary was opened, I believe it was June of last year, so we're talking about less than a year ago. If we are looking to do what is best for Southborough, why not wait and get more experience with how these statutes and these laws are going to be effective in answering some of these concerns that the town has before implementing a dispensary here in Southborough? You know, what is the rush? What is the benefit to the town of having this dispensary opening up here at this time? Any answers?
The comment to that is the fact that under the state law for the state of the towns in the town of Southborough and Marlborough, Hobbiton, wherever, have done this permitting process due to the fact that we can control a dispensary which comes to the town of Southborough, which if we don't have the proper law and regulation to do it, we can't, and the state can send it here automatically on us, and
Well,
we have no say in it.
if we have the
And
law-
this is why the town voted to approve the bylaw.
Well, if the town has voted to approve the bylaw, that's fine, but why do we have to approve this application at this time?
What?
Why do we have to approve this application at this time?
Because it was presented.
Well, can it be denied?
That's something the board is going to discuss, and it was discussed last night, and basically, the members have agreed that it most likely is going to get approved.
Okay. Great. So then this town hearing that we're having right now is really just for us to vent?
No, because I'll throw it in.
So if the board has already made a decision, then why are we having this public hearing?
We didn't make a formal decision.
Okay, then if you made an
discussed
informal
it.
decision, why are we having this
We did-
public meeting?
What?
If an informal decision has already been made, are we just going through formalities to appease the public before
We're
you?
giving the public to right to make comments tonight, where last night it was 11:15, and we were gonna close the public hearing, and what do you call it, but there were individuals that wanted to make comments. So by continuing it tonight, to give them the right to do that.
Okay, but it doesn't sound like it's going to have much of an impact on your decision.
It could,
No, that's not the impression I'm
going
getting,
to
I'm
be
sorry.
discussed.
And to make another point to the lady who has just spoken a few minutes ago, comparing apples to oranges again, there's really no hard evidence or data to suggest that marijuana is beneficial for treatment of Parkinson's, for treatment of Crohn's, for hepatitis C. We have some modest data to suggest chronic pain it may be beneficial and nausea induced by chemotherapy. It's a limited patient population that will benefit from this. Many of the other indications that people are getting prescriptions for, there is not any strong scientific data for. Excuse me? So I actually teach and am involved in teaching palliative care to medical students and residents at UMass Medical Center. If palliative care is done adequately and appropriately, majority of the patient's symptoms are appropriately treated. Yes, there is a small percentage of patients who may benefit with supplementation of marijuana, but that is a very small, select patient population. Majority of the indications that these people are getting their marijuana prescriptions for is not scientifically proven to be of benefit compared to standard treatments and regimens. We were faced with or encouraged to address and be more aggressive with controlling patients' symptoms and pains several years ago, and now we're dealing with an opiate crisis that is all over the news. Schools are getting Narcan because it's gotten out of control. Are we going to be back here in a handful of years dealing with side effects or consequences of this decision tonight because we just don't have enough experience of what we're doing with these in this state and in our community? Thank you.
Do you have any comments on that?
Just,
Mr. Chairman, I did speak last night, but I asked the indulgence of...
Yeah, 1 minute, sir.
Yeah.
Paul, sir, you like go finish what you were gonna say.
I'll defer to the slide.
It's on a slightly different topic, I think needs clarifying.
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right, so I think there's an obvious question out here that hasn't been answered, and whether you, Mr. Chairman, or you, Town Council, can clarify. I think it's in your interest, if you can, that you do it. Does the pendency of the articles on town meeting warrant, if they were to pass, affect this proceeding? Because the presumption, correct or not, is that there is an effort to make a decision prior to town meeting because of that reason. And if that's not the case, you ought to clarify that for your own good, if you can, please.
All right. The board has got to consider the application before it as duly filed under Chapter 40A. What you're talking about is the prospect of freezes or planned freezes, regulatory freezes, all of which depend on a number of aspects of filing and determination. Nothing relative to what has been filed at a town meeting should affect what is before this board. Let me give you an example. If somebody were to say, we want to get an injunction, a court order against this ZBA to act until town meeting acts, I can most assure you, with 40 years of legal experience, that that will not happen, because there's a responsibility to act on what's before the board. Now, whatever the board decides, whether it's to deny it or to approve it with conditions, when other things happen, whether town meeting votes are approved for zoning amendments or other actions are taken on other filings, then once all of that's in place, then it can be decided what is the effect relative to the permit granted. But the clear example is that this board administratively, on the merits or lack of merits of what's before it, must act.
Alder, can I ask a quick follow-up question? I thought that the zoning freeze goes into effect if the special permit is issued, it has to be issued before the first public notice of the proposed zoning amendment. So am I right in understanding that since this special permit would not have been issued before the first notice of the town meeting where that warrant article is on there, that if the special permit is granted, it's not grandfathered, it's not a prior, it's not grandfathered against the application of the amendment. Is that right?
That is the general theory under regulatory freeze. There are other freezes under Chapter 40A, including plan freezes.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. That's just freezing the zoning on the property okay.
Right. But I mean, the gravest concern I would have is that this board has an administrative responsibility to act in some way, deny or approve that matter before it. And whatever it does, and once that's done, and if action is taken by a town meeting to approve a zoning amendment or not, then once all of that is played out procedurally and legally, then everybody will know where it stands. But you can't preempt the review of this permit based upon the speculation of what might happen in a different proceeding. That would be against administrative procedure, and subject us to an immediate appeal, which I'm not sure I could win.
I think the counterbalancing question, though, is can you insulate an approval by passing it before the town meeting articles are considered? And the answer to that might be no as well, which is great. I'm just, I think, and if we don't know the answer to that, that's fine too. I just think we need to address the question.
You have to act upon it within the time period that is permissible before this board. And then whatever happens at town meeting, then the determination will be made, what, if any, is the effect of what town meeting acted upon as a result of whatever action this board took. So there's too many variables to simply say yes or no, except that the commentary that Tom Biscule made is pretty accurate as it relates to regulatory freeze. But the, zoning freeze in Massachusetts has created probably most of the case law under 40A, except for variances and other aspects. It's a complex area. That's a fundamental point. That's true. But there are other ways to freeze zoning.
All right, thank you.
That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
Hi, Veronica Millicents, 1 Boswell Lane. I was just, I'm just speaking from a person who used to work actually with opioid usage. I was a pharmaceutical rep for Abbott, and part of my job was to survey different doctors. When I would have to, drop off samples, literature, what have you, and I would also have to survey to make sure that there wasn't any irregular activity. And that just comes with the territory. And that's what we're looking at today. We're looking at, will having this medical marijuana facility in our neighborhood negatively affect our neighborhood? And I can tell you, yes. I lived it. I had to work it. Those are my #1 concerns. Does marijuana work? Yes, it works. Is there a medical need for it? Absolutely. I believe that it's being delivered right now to those patients that need it. So why can't it continue to be delivered? Why did Hopkinton say it's not a value to our town? Why can't we say the same thing? Those are my only points. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just very briefly, and I don't want to belabor it, and I think that to some extent, some of the inquiry as far as, if we're gonna hinge, most of what's been brought up by the public on that prefatory language in the zoning bylaw as with the health and welfare, and that's basically what this is turning into, a referendum on question 3 from 2012. I mean, it's not site specific. It has nothing to do with our application. It has nothing to do with the zoning bylaw. It's whether medical marijuana works for the conditions for which the voters have approved it. 63% in the Commonwealth, 63% in this town. 80% of the people voted at that vote in 2012 from Southborough. 80% of them, and they approved it by 63%.
Excuse me, I've explained to the people you're not supposed to speak unless you get to a microphone.
Of course, I'm deferring to the board, and I know the board wants to make sure to have an open public process, and that's absolutely, and definitely defer to them, but this is really devolving into a referendum on question 3 from 2012 about whether certain conditions work for marijuana, and I just don't know if that, just my 2 cents, is that something that we wanted to do again all night tonight? And of course, I defer to the board on whether.
Yeah, just to clarify one point on that. I mean, I understand that the use of marijuana, I don't know that we can say as a board under these standards that that's a public health issue of medical marijuana. But I think for purposes of our special permit regulations, health, safety, and welfare goes beyond what your specific use is. So if you, hypothetically, somebody could demonstrate that your dispensary was going to increase traffic on Route 9 by 50%, that would be a safety issue that would warrant our turning it down. So I don't think you can completely write off that health, safety, and welfare is completely irrelevant because of the referendum 2 years ago for people voting for medical marijuana. I mean, for purposes of our bylaws, there are other reasons why we could deny this on health, safety, and welfare.
I'm not trying to dispute that or debate that, of course, but that's not what I'm hearing from
No,
the
I know,
public.
I'm just saying
you know,
you can't categorically say that we cannot deny this on health, safety.
and I wasn't trying to say that. I was actually trying to particularly talk about what this is devolving into, which is a referendum on question 3 from 2012.
Welcome to local politics.
Well, yes. So anyway, thank you for letting me.
The issue with the board to consider is the fact that the last few general statements have been made are the same ones that were made basically last night and repeated. So my recommendation is that the lady at the thing will let her speak. And after that, the board consider that as far as public comments, been enough for this application.
I have additional.
Ma'am,
information.
the speak, you have the right to speak?
How do
No,
we-
the woman that's
Joey.
there.
Oh.
I don't know. Okay, sorry. Let me see. Hi, I'm Julie Connolly. I'm a resident at 26 Oak Hill Road. And I just wanted to bring up a procedural point that I think has been overlooked. As Mr. Capriano reminded us, this is an application for zoning relief. The default is that there's no by right use that is allowed to be there for a marijuana dispensary. They've come to you as the zoning board to apply for a special use permit. And the feeling that I've been getting is that everybody's acting as if this is going to happen, and that our hands are tied and there's nothing we can do about it. The truth of the matter is you guys have very broad discretion to apply the zoning bylaw, which requires that you consider health, safety, property values, and the harmony of this particular business, this particular application, at this particular location with the community at large. And we've heard arguments on both sides. I have great respect for what they're doing, and I am not opposed to medical marijuana in and of itself. I think this location is wrong, and, you know, last night, some of you said, well, you know, we're not statisticians, we're not doctors, we are not qualified to interpret this data, but we're very fortunate that one of our greatest strengths in this town is we have resources of people who are very intelligent, very well educated, very passionate, who care about our community, and they've come forward and they've spoken person after person about studies that have been done, evidence to the extent that we have it, which I understand is not perfect because this is brand new to Massachusetts, to the extent that we can pull together some evidence, they've shown that there is at least a decent possibility that this is going to have some negative effects on our community. And in your broad discretion that you have, your hands are not tied. If we deny this tonight, then ComCan is going to go out of Southborough, they're going to find another community to be in, and this problem will not be here at this site, which is specific to this particular site, which happens to be next to a residential neighborhood and a school. We're not going to get sued. The state's not going to come in. The state is not going to put a marijuana dispensary on every street corner in Southborough because we denied an applicant. They don't care. That's not their business. There's no negative repercussion that any of the other towns that have done that are similar in demographic to Southborough, similar in size, Foxborough, Hopkinton, many other towns. We've heard about the hundreds and hundreds of applications that are out there and the small fraction of them that have gone through to fruition. There's no negative effects on those towns. There's no repercussions. Nobody's being sued. There's no reason to not consider these effects. And even if they're not definite, even if they're not substantial, why are we going to take this risk? Why would we not use our discretion to say this is not the place and this is not the time? Thank you very much.
Some of the comments that were made, I personally think were unofficial. Sir, do you have any comments to make on those?
Well, just that there is one detrimental effect to not citing it here that we know will happen. And that's happened, the patients won't have access to medicine that they desperately need across the Commonwealth. And it's a detrimental effect that's been happening. The fact that there are only 6 open 3.5 years after 4 years after the voters passed the law, that's a detrimental effect. all the negative stuff that's being spun about citing this in a reasonably zoned place that was approved by 2/3 is complete speculation. But we do know one bad thing will happen, is that patients won't have the access that they need. And there are patients that are waiting desperately for this. So that we do know one bad thing will happen. And
The other
that's being
question
ignored.
is that the applicant, if the board say they voted it down, that you do legally have the right to do an appeal against the town for that.
As with, as with any denial, as with any applicant before the board, yes?
Okay. Yes.
Respectfully, I am here back tonight to bring some further information regarding specific concessions that you spoke of potentially if you did approve adding, and I just wanted to pass out a couple of documents.
Conditions.
Go ahead. Excuse me, Andrew?
Oh, I just said, you said concessions, I think you mean conditions.
Yeah, conditions that we were talking about last night when we briefly touched on my biggest concern. I'll go back and put the note. There are multiple copies of different. So last night we brought up the concept of edibles, and I did a little bit more research on those because, again, I'm extremely concerned about the location of the school and the kids and access to these edibles. I did print off some pictures from locations in Massachusetts that show photos of what their edibles look like. And I think we can all agree that they look exactly like regular food. And I don't know that any of you could tell whether one of those brownies, cookies, or chocolates are laced with THC or not. I actually looked up and I found that edibles make up 45% of the marijuana market in Colorado, and that includes recreation and medical use. So edibles are a huge component of medical marijuana. Not capsules, I'm not talking about capsules, I'm talking about products that are manufactured that look exactly like food and candy, that once they are out of their packaging, it is impossible to tell if they are laced with THC or not. And so what I'm going to say to this board is extremely important. I think that we have to clearly understand the impact that these edibles could have on our children that are 500 feet from this location. Now, if you walk around our town, there are nip bottles on the ground, there are fast food packages strewn all over, and there's no reason to say that any of these products could not easily reach the children. And that is my biggest concern. It's not whether we have a medical marijuana dispensary or not. It is, do we need one this close to our schools, knowing that products like those are going to be available. So we're not talking about joints and vapors and bowls and buds and all that stuff. We're talking about brownies, cookies, things that look like Jolly Ranchers. These products are available at these dispensaries, and they will easily make their way into the hands of our children. And I think it's going to be your responsibility to understand the seriousness of that when you're making your ruling. And we're going to hold this board accountable for this. And to make a ruling tonight without fully vetting and understanding the significance of this is just unconscionable. And I do not understand. We have times where we have gone in front of zoning boards multiple times just to have a tree removed, 3, 4 meetings to have a tree removed. Yet we are going to rush through 2 meetings
Excuse me,
to approve or not approve this.
I'm going to correct you on that. You've never come in front of the
I
zoning
didn't say we
board.
have, I said members of the
Nobody
town.
has ever come in front of the zoning board to have a tree removed. It's never been done in the town
We
of
have
Southborough.
had situations in town that were very simple, not nearly as important and critical as this is to
Not
our
in front of
town
the
and the
zoning
safety of our children. I'm very, very strongly concerned about this. And I think we all should be looking at those images. There was actually in Colorado, they were considering and hoping to ban edibles because of the fact that they are easily making their way into the hands of children. And I will also state that just because you can't die from marijuana, and that is not 100% proven, that's mostly adult-based. It's not based on edible consumption in children. We do not have data that shows the results and the impact of edible consumption on children. So whatever anybody is saying right now, that data is not out there. I looked for it. There are no peer-reviewed journals stating the impact of children's exposure to edibles and the high concentration of THC that is involved in these. And also the potential of not even understanding whether the product is at the proper concentration. So I'm going to leave it at that. You guys make your ruling, but I think this is one of the most significant parts of why we need to vote not to have this at that location. 500 feet from Neary and Trotter School, which is probably close to 800 students. Thank you.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
If the board wants to respond, or if not, I can make a...
We had talked about this last night, Tom, as far as what you wanted to make a condition on some of this. So where are we presently at with the board as far as where we're going forward right now?
And, sorry.
You can go first.
I can make a final...
Excuse me, sir.
The real question is, do the board members have any additional questions based upon everything you've heard since your last round of questions? Because as you discussed last night, at some point, you'll be going into a deliberative session, which will constrain you from asking any other questions. So what is the next procedure before you is if you need answers to any questions or clarifications, respectfully, I would suggest now is the time.
I do have one.
Paul, we'll start with you.
Oh,
Do you have any?
I do have, I guess, two questions then. So one point that was brought up, and it was mentioned last night and then just brought up again, like a special dispensation, you can grow marijuana or whatever at your house if there's no dispensary within a certain radius. Is that, so if there is now a dispensary, does that mean you're not allowed to have that special permit or whatever that may be?
Yes.
What is the radius for that? What is?
There's no defined radius. What it is
By town then?
Well,
or?
so what it is due to the lack of access, because there's only 6 dispensaries open in the Commonwealth right now, medical marijuana, and most of them are actually frequently running out because they have they just aren't able to, their grows are small, just a few thousand square feet, and it's just not able to produce enough of the right kind of medicine. Lack of access is part of the hardship, cultivation, registration, thought process of the Department of Public Health. And if patients have access through ComCan agreeing to deliver to them, for instance, or able to show up at the shop, then those hardship cultivation registrations will not be issued by the Department of Public Health. So, and as part of those hardship cultivation registrations, somebody's probably growing right now in Southborough. The department will be keeping track of those soon, and when there's sufficient access, and Southborough will be protected from those people building out their, upgrading their electricity because without calling the building inspector because they're scared of doing so, and growing in their closets and their basements where children have access, and instead we're going to be dispensing cannabis to qualified patients through an organization that's well regulated. So, yes, when eventually the lack of access issue will dry up, certainly in Southborough and beyond, if ComCan is cited here.
Second question is, I guess, kind of silly. This is medical marijuana, so it is all doctor approved. I mean, you need to get a medical marijuana card. And then that's what you have to go to a dispensary. And then you said then another 2 forms of ID or whatever. So some medical professional is issuing this, or what,
It's a Massachusetts licensed doctor, a physician, issues medical use of marijuana what they do is they certify patients for the medical use of marijuana. Then they go on, and they actually, as part of doing that, they have to review the patient's complete medical history. They have to have an ongoing relationship with the patient. It's a bona fide doctor-patient relationship. This is part of what the Mass Medical Society, when there was input in 2013 in formulating the regulations to implement the law passed by the voters, they required that. It has to be a Massachusetts physician. It has to be a Massachusetts patient. As part of issuing that certification or recommendation, the doctor will actually use the prescription monitoring program, which is what doctors frequently use now before they issue, Percocet or Vicodin, Percocet or Vicodin prescriptions. So they actually have to use that same program. The doctors, furthermore, have to register with the Department of Public Health. They have to do 8 hours of continuing medical education and substance abuse prevention before they can actually certify patients for the medical use of marijuana. So yes, it's a Massachusetts licensed physician and a Massachusetts resident, and it's got to be, in the physician's opinion, that benefits of medical marijuana will treat that debilitating medical condition. So absolutely, Massachusetts licensed physician.
And is a physician allowed to supersede any other conditions that may exist, such as if the patient has like prior felonies, prior issues, or, I mean?
Yes, I can definitely answer that. So, if you have a prior conviction for marijuana,
or just
any prior conviction doesn't necessarily preclude you from being a patient, but if you're on probation from a marijuana offense for like selling marijuana, a judge will not allow you to be on probation and become a medical marijuana patient at the same time. They won't allow you to do that. I've dealt with this in court, and that's guidance issued from BMC, and so if somebody who's on probation for being a pot dealer does not go get a medical marijuana card and then purchase medical marijuana. So that's one of the issues also. But they don't, as part of becoming a patient, they don't just disqualify everybody with a criminal history from being a patient, though. No.
But if it's something that would pertain to trafficking, distribution, possession, or over-possession, that would...
Certainly, if you're on probation for any of those things, you're gonna have a problem becoming a medical marijuana patient. So far, I haven't heard one way or the other about whether doctors are evaluating patients' past criminal history. I know that a patient on probation will have their probation frequently revoked if they are using medical marijuana. Someone who has that kind of criminal history. But I don't know of doctors evaluating a patient's past criminal history before. But I also don't know of doctors evaluating a patient's past criminal history before prescribing them 80 milligram Oxycontins, which they're going out and selling on the street and turning people into heroin addicts. So, I don't know of liquor stores asking you for your ICORI check before you're allowed to buy a pint of vodka. So, but I haven't heard of that.
Good.
I just continue on some of the discussion we had last night, where if we were to go forward and there's conditions, I guess my question was on since edibles were brought up, I didn't know if there was proposed conditions from those who have brought it up in the audience. Are there conditions that would be appropriate to address the concern with edibles?
Oh, you're asking the audience.
Oh, I don't think we can ask the general audience a question.
It was discussed last night, and it was agreed by you that if we did do it, that you would agree to a condition on the edibles. Am I right?
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I recall correctly, I don't think there was even a discussion of eliminating edibles entirely from, I mean, that's how a lot of people with various debilitating conditions treat themselves.
Tom,
It was
brought
commercial.
that up. Could you explain it, please?
Yeah, no, I think I think David's right. I think the way we concluded last night was that we were hoping that by continuing it, we would invite the members of the public to consider the possibility, if this was granted, what types of conditions might they like to see? And we were hoping to elicit some suggestions from the public in that regard. And one of them was on this issue of edibles, because we know that there's already a law in the books. I don't think it really does anything for us to restate that as a condition here, that you can't have it in the form of candy. But is there something further than that that could give us or the members of the public comfort, or some limited amount of comfort about edibles if we circumscribe their ability to sell edibles? Yeah, I mean,
It wasn't clear,
Excuse me, there's no public comment right at the moment, until we finish where we're going forward. No.
That's when
I'm saying no, there is no public comment at the moment. Let the board finish where we're at, and then we will let that happen.
I think that's what David asked too.
Yep. David, any more?
No, I'm all set.
Andrew?
Just the one comment that I would have about your comment is, if there are conditions like that, and there's already regulations that go into a lot of detail about what's already regulated, I don't know what I don't know what the conditions look like, and then there's also the issue of, if there's a condition, it's gonna be enforced by the building inspector, I think.
Yeah.
Instead of the police, DPH, so that's a concern that I have.
Well, that's the same thing with any other special permit. Any condition we put on any special permit for anything, the building commissioner is the enforcement officer for that. So if the building commissioner finds out that a special permit holder is doing something in violation of the conditions of the special permit, then the building inspector can give them a cease and desist order and risk revoking their permit.
And then turn it to police or fire or
And they'd
whatever
enforce it through the
department
enforcement
in-
mechanism, which is the police.
is in review of it.
But they also revoke their special permit, which would then subject them to zoning enforcement, enforcement actions that the building official can take if someone does anything in violation of zoning. So that's the zoning mechanism we have through the special permit process that would be implemented. And, in terms of, all we saw or heard last night on what the DPH, was it DPH or federal regulations have, is simply that there can't be, it can't be administered in the form of candy or commercially recognized candy. So you can't make it look like sweet tarts or
Gummy
bears was what we talked about. But then one of the opponents raised the issue that there's a lot of other attractive forms of edibles that aren't necessarily candy, and are those a concern or not? And, they do look like an attractive nuisance to me. If my kids saw some of this stuff sitting on the table, they'd be all over it. But on the other hand, I'm hearing the arguments that, different patients need different delivery methods, and some of them are, I don't know, can't take tablets, and so they need a brownie. I don't know. So that's the issue we're grappling with. Can there be a condition that would put some limits on the edibles or not? I'm asking the question. I don't know the answer.
I'm sure we could, and something could be.
Andrew, any more?
I guess, I think we should get some input from the applicant. Are there those types of conditions that you voluntarily would be willing to?
I'm going to say something.
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to say something. So, there's a lot of comments. Okay, it looks like food. It's food. It's an edible. It's hard to make food not look like food. When you consume Edibus in an edible form, it digests differently. It enters the bloodstream differently. It's a prolonged effect. It's a multi-hour effect. People eat before bedtime, so they have relief throughout the night. In terms of possible conditions imposed by this board, we're absolutely open to conditions imposed by this board. It's part of your process. It's part of your obligation. If if you see fit. Hours of operation, traffic patterns, safety protocols. Less inclined, quite honestly, with all due respect to the members of the community who spoke passionately, I'm less inclined to allow members of the public who, by their own account, openly oppose the entirety of the medical marijuana program to set public health policy in contradiction to the Department of Public Health. We are established by the DPH. We will comply with each and every one of their criteria, but to allow members of the public, of course, to make suggestions, but to wipe out entire forms of delivery methods to patients that have been established by health professionals seems, you know, in my opinion, reckless.
Let me test that just a bit.
Please do.
So you said, I can't stop food from looking like food. But there are foods that are attractive to kids, and there are foods that aren't attractive to kids, and they look different. And so, you know, for me, being the father of 4 kids, you know, I would feel more comfortable if there was a medical marijuana patient in my household that had some edible form of this that didn't look like a nice looking brownie with caramel on top. You know, it would be,
sure,
you know, if it were green and, you know, looked like vegetables, they wouldn't be attracted to it.
I can appreciate that. If it was green, then I would be accused of coloring it into a color that appeals to children. It's green eggs and ham. The fact that it's a brownie and that it's covered in
what I'm
caramel.
getting at.
Sorry.
Is it necessary are there patients that cannot get medical marijuana unless it's in the form of caramel? Or can those same people get the same delivery marijuana in a form that doesn't look like a caramel?
So I mean, I think part of the problem here is that we can't infuse broccoli and cauliflower, right? I mean, so we can't turn.
There's something in between that I'm.
Sure, but I think anybody who's taking, medicine in the form of food wants it to be attractive to them. I mean, that
We're
same
drawing
food
a
is.
balance between patients' need for medicine and having it be an attractive nuisance to children. That's the balance we're trying to reconcile.
I appreciate that. And yes, to your point, as per DPH guidelines, these products have to be packaged in opaque packages so you can't see them. There is absolutely no reason for me to go out of my way to make this look extra delicious. They are not marketed as such. There's not a display case with these brownies stacked up that I need to appeal to something. It's simply in a recognizable form to a human that it is a brownie or a chocolate bar. But yes, I mean, a member of the public pulled some images, and she very rightly said, I can't tell if these images contain cannabis or not. Neither can I. I don't know if those are images. I don't know where the images come from. There's no reason that it needs to have a chocolate swirl and a drizzle. They'll be packaged. The patient won't see it until they open it. And if it delivers the same medicine, but I don't know, I'm open to your suggestion is how to make it look terrible.
Now, I'm just thinking if there's a medical marijuana patient who needs this medicine, and I'm buying into it. The legitimate reasons, there's people who desperately need it. If the medical marijuana patient has gets medicine, are they going to say, I'm not going to take that medicine because it's not in a brownie form? It's in another form, and I don't want to take it. I don't want to take it because the brownie's tastier.
No. So as long as it's.
I mean, it's just a matter of this makes it more marketable for you guys.
No, not at all. It's the fact that I don't care what it looks like, as long as it tastes good enough to eat, right? So cannabis doesn't taste like sugar, and it needs to be masked in an edible form with other ingredients.
Well, I mean, I think the problem is people with weakened immune systems and otherwise who don't have an appetite, people who are suffering from cancer, people who are suffering from conditions that will not allow them to smoke or take in vapor into their lungs, they don't want to eat, right? And they're they're using marijuana to help fix these problems, to help stimulate their appetite, to help deal with the palliative in some aspects, and sometimes even actually treating diseases, and they don't want to eat. So you got to put something in front of them that makes it so, okay, I guess I'll eat that because I feel like hell today and I'm not eating anything. And so you give them something that looks like heck and they don't want to eat it. I mean, one of the opponents spoke about infused products and edibles being 45% of the industry. I think that's a good sign, not a bad sign, having done this. If people were still just buying bags of marijuana and rolling joints to medicate, then we'd be having a problem. But we're actually moving forward, and this is actually becoming a better thing. So you got to make foods for people that looks like they want to eat it, because otherwise they're not going to be able to treat themselves, and you're just eliminating a large portion of why we have the industry and why we're providing the infused products in the first place. So I've up until tonight, really, because I thought the candy thing really dealt with this issue for the most part. Up until tonight, I always have thought, and this is after doing this for a few years, I've always thought that infused products and edibles it's a really good sign that the medical marijuana program is evolving in the right way in the United States. And now, so anyway, that's sort of my 2 cents on it and why I think it helps patients.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. There's 4 other conditions that we want to talk about. One is presented by Brian Shea, a selectman, which is involved in the member of Mr. Rooney, which are going to sit down and meet with you. Karen, would you read this letter to the public? And sir, I'll give you a copy of it. And all I'm asking you is that you agree on the condition. Discussing of it not, but whether you're going to agree on that condition. This is from Brian Shea, which couldn't be here tonight. He was here last night, so he emailed this to me this afternoon. Karen, would you read that, please?
I attended the ZBA public hearing last night, but will be unable to attend the continued hearing this evening. I was going to offer the following comment to the board regarding conditions. Shall the board vote to issue a special permit to ComCan? Since I will not be in attendance this evening in person, I will offer it to you via email. I recommend that the board include a condition worded to the effect, the special permit shall be contingent upon an executed community host agreement or a document of similar name between ComCan Inc. and the town of Southborough, as approved by the Board of Selectmen. From discussion I heard between ComCan and the board, it appears that there is some consensus with this, but I recommend it be included in the special permit. This recommendation is my personal one, and it is not intended as a position of the full Board of Selectmen. Brian Shea, Town of Southborough.
Okay. Number one, is the board, as far as putting that in one of our conditions, are there any issues with that?
Highly in favor. Oh, go ahead.
That
Could you
is
just explain,
basically-
I read that earlier today when we received it. Could you just explain that to me further?
It is the agreement that the Board of Selectmen will be making with the applicant on a money issue. And that's the thing that they're doing, not us. And that is something to put into that, we're just gonna add this wording to the condition and go forward that
So
way.
it's subject to some future,
Yeah, can I take a stab at it?
please?
So, as part of their application process and what they presented to the Board of Selectmen, of all, the benefits that the applicant has presented to the Board of Selectmen as benefits of this project are all the medicinal values and things that we've already talked about. But on top of that, one of the major benefits they're offering is a community host agreement. There's a sample of one that they did with the town of Framingham. It's almost like mitigation, mitigation costs. So it's a monetary benefit to the town. It hasn't been worked out yet. We talked about this at the beginning. They're gonna work this out later in the process. But I think Brian is echoing a question I raised, which is that, we want the benefit of this community host agreement, which is basically, in my mind, mitigation. It's gonna be money to the town, and, in my mind, if we grant the permit and leave it to their discretion to do the community host agreement or not, then, I'm a cynical lawyer and think that no one's gonna do it if they've already got their carrot, they don't need, so.
So this is some form of off-site mitigation, I would assume?
Yes, we're just gonna make the recommendation, a condition that they are going to agree that they are going to do the recommendation with the Board of Selectmen.
Yeah, I guess we would condition, if we were gonna approve this, we'd condition the permit on the applicant entering into a community host agreement on terms that were acceptable to the Board of Selectmen.
That'd be the way to word it.
Okay, I
Okay.
understand.
Sir, do you agree on that?
I do, sir.
Okay. I have another letter here that was sent by Bonnie Fanis, Selectman, which has three issues. One issue is suggestion conditions that she's making is on the screening and fencing on the property line and tree screening, which is something that we make a condition that it'll go to the planning board, and the planning board will do it, if you're agreeable on that.
We are.
Okay, is the board also agreeable on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. The other issue is that all vehicle parking must be on-site, no parking along Route 9 at any time. So it's basically, and that'll be something that'll be done by our board, I think, but then it can be also, the site parking will be controlled by the planning board, but our decision will make it that there will be no parking allowed on Route 9. I mean, I think the board's agreeable.
Definitely.
Okay, and do you
Wait.
agree? Yes.
Just ask a question.
Yes.
About this. Why, I mean, no disrespect to the applicant, but why are we asking if it's okay to put conditions?
What?
Why are we asking if it's okay to put conditions?
We're asking whether he agrees on the conditions.
Don't we, I mean, aren't we allowed to just make conditions?
We could put the conditions and he could say no to them, but I'm just, going forward to find out where they're at. Excuse me, go ahead, sir.
Let me try to clarify that.
Please.
Last evening, I believe the board was concerned about going into deliberative session before you had enough information to decide what the conditions should be. So this would be a part of discussing conditions, because you won't be able to get any answer once you close your public hearing and go into deliberative session. The second part of this is, yes, that's true, that once you get all of the input and whatever conditions are agreed to, that doesn't prohibit you from deciding, based upon everything you've heard, whether or not you need to set additional conditions. So it's literally a two-part process administratively. One is to finish the discussion with the applicant and see what agreements you can have, and then go into session amongst yourselves in public with no more citizen input and decide whether or not additional conditions, as you decide, without any input from anyone else, are appropriate.
Thank you for clarifying that.
So there is one more, and it's the item of the permit of this is not transferable to another client. So if you get permitted for it, we will make a condition on this that you will not be allowed to transfer this to someone else, that it would have to come back in front of the zoning board to be considered.
So Comcan Inc. as the applicant would maintain that special permit, and it wouldn't be transferable to another company.
Right. If it was considered that you were gonna transfer it, it would have to come back. It cannot be done.
Yeah, yes, we agree to all of Selectman Faniff's proposed conditions.
Okay. And then the board, I think,
We had one other condition we talked about last time, which
Yeah.
is that it be a condition that there's no conversion of the site to recreational use. So
Yeah, that's another one.
And that addressed some folks' concern that if recreational marijuana was, the law changed and recreational marijuana was permitted in some time in the future, that this site would not be used, just convert it into a location to sell marijuana for recreational use instead
They
of
were-
medicinal use.
It's a medical
They were
dispensary use only.
3
Yes.
or 4 different conditions that we did talk last night, that after the public hearing is closed, Joe has written them down, and we will discuss them as they were discussed last night. So these are just new ones that we're doing presently.
So I think we've got 5 now we've talked about?
No, we got about 6 or 7, but
So-
that's something that, after we close the public hearing, we discuss them. These are the ones that I want to make sure that the applicant, just the, for the applicant. to
Can we
know.
drill down on that one, though, because I know we talked about it last night, but I think it's worth drilling down on, because, the conversion to recreational use, this is a special permit that's gonna be granted to ComCan, a nonprofit. And so, if the referendum passes, then ConCam can choose not, cannot do recreational use, but that doesn't prevent the Rosenfelds from forming RecRecan, a for-profit corporation, having Concam assign its lease to RecRecan, and then, so my point is, in order to really prevent them from using this use, the use restriction, I think, has to travel with the property, not Concam, because that's a whole, but we know Concam can't convert to recreational use because they're a nonprofit that
I
created
see what you're
prohibition.
saying.
But to prevent the cynical side of me, the shareholders from dumping Comcam and starting a new corporation and starting recreational use on the site, I think we need more stringent real estate controls on the property to make that happen. So,
Excuse me, that's something that we can do and discuss as we're going through it. There's no question about it.
I think it's worth talking about before we close the public hearing, because it's something that I think that
No,
the landlord may have to come into play, because the landlord is the person who would have to put the land use restriction on his property.
I don't understand what do you mean by that, Tom. It doesn't.
How can you put a land use restriction on something that doesn't exist in the
We're putting
Commonwealth?
they're the rental of the property, and we're putting it against their business, so nobody else can do it, because we are also putting a condition that they can't have another business do it on the property.
But
So
they,
we're shutting it down.
You're not following my rationale here.
Tom,
They are Concam, which is a nonprofit.
right, I follow what you're
You
saying.
get it. So if the referendum passes in November, these individuals can dump Comcan and create a new entity to start operating a
No,
recreational.
they cannot
Yes,
do
they
that.
can.
with- No, so you're wrong, Tom. That's what this decision is on the transfer of the permit.
That's
When
what I'm
we
trying to
do
get people to
that, we're gonna
understand.
put that right in there, that can't be done.
Right, but here's the issue. They're no longer gonna care about this permit, because this permit is only for medical marijuana. So they're not gonna care about this permit not being transferable, because they wouldn't transfer this permit to my hypothetical for-profit. They would get a different permit for.
Right, but they would still have to
they'd
come
still have
back
come
in
before
front of us
Yeah, but the
for a
thing
special
is,
permit.
If they came in front of us, they could be, because of town meeting, a whole different
But it's-
bylaw and a whole.
it's meaningless.
New regulation. This present regulation would have nothing to do with another session in front of us to make a change.
My point is, it's meaningless for us to put a restriction on them that they can't convert this to recreation, because they can't do it anyway because of the nature of Concam as an entity cannot do that anyway, but the principals of Rosenfels could.
Well, but the
So then you
permit
could
is
spell it
being
out.
granted to the
You could spell it out
tenant,
that way.
but it's, see, they can't record something that,
Look, they've got a landlord that's gonna make a lot of money off this lease, and, you know, if.
Right, but they would have to come back in front of us for a
They would,
special
for prop-
permit,
Maybe, if there's a permit, you know.
and then we could deny it.
That's right.
And plus, as I said, that use does not exist currently in the Commonwealth, so how can you
But
restrict
what
something that
we-
doesn't
What we've been
exist?
talking about is.
I don't want to
is
see,
we're-
a
the
NASA
boogeyman we're trying
launch
to
pad
prevent
there either, but.
Is that if the referendum passes in November, that they won't then take the site and convert it to recreational use. That's what we're trying to protect against.
So, I mean, you could
Yeah,
put,
but
you
there's-
could put
excuse me.
language that the principals or officers of. Of
Maybe that's the way to do it, have the principals and officers commit to this.
But there is another issue with that, is if it did happen, it would have to go in front of the building inspector first, which then be sent to wherever it had to legally go.
Okay, but that's completely different from the condition that we're asking them to put on there, because the condition asking them not to convert this to recreation is meaningless as a condition on this permit to these people.
I think Aldo has a.
Yeah, I know.
I understand perfectly. Your first protection is to add it as a condition in the special permit. Your first protection. Tom makes a very secondly, if in fact recreational use passed, there is the expectation that the general court of the Commonwealth is going to recognize the home rule powers of cities and towns to further regulate them within the municipality by way of whatever, a special permit. But what Tom is saying is he's saying that the best protection relative to not allowing recreational use to occur is to actually record a restriction under Chapter 184, I presume, 184 restriction against the property, but that doesn't go to the applicant, it would go to the landowner. So I think what Tom's trying to elicit is, would the landowner agree to that restriction? And he's here tonight, I believe.
Well, he wouldn't have a choice if we mandated it anyways.
So, I didn't know the landlord is here.
I thought he was.
No.
He's right here.
Oh, that's who he is. Okay, all right.
You know, I mean, I don't even know, you know, I'm not sure if, Comcast's not trying to sell recreational, so I kind of
I don't
either.
think you are, but my only point to the board members are, if we're trying to prevent the boogeyman of these people changing it to recreation in November, us putting a condition on this permit won't do that. And I'm not saying we necessarily need to do anything more, but I don't want there to be a misapprehension that putting a condition, because they already can't do it.
Well, the thing is that we have the right to discuss this after we close the public hearing.
I think
And go forward with it that way.
the applicant slash tenant had a,
Yeah.
What?
I'll just add one thing to it. So you're talking again about a deed restriction, right? So I'm happy as the principal and CEO, or it's not a principal, I'm a CEO of this dispensary, that again, everything that you said, this is specific, our use, the special permit is specific to our use. What you're asking for is for the landowner to forever encumber his property from now until the end of time, based on the possibility that a recreational program will pass at some point down the road, and Southborough's zoning somehow will allow it. And with all due respect, even if he's making a lot of money off of my lease, he's not making that much money off of it. You want to encumber his property from now until forever based on what might happen. And I can give you every assurance as the CEO of Comcan and as myself as the principal of whatever business might come there,
Well, maybe
that
that's
this is
the way
a
to scan
medical
it.
program.
I'm just trying to give meaning to what the board's trying to achieve, and I don't think they're achieving it by putting a condition on this permit, because I don't think that gets them to where the board members want to get by. But maybe there's a way where the principals agree individually without putting, I'm just trying to give meat to the objective that we're trying to achieve.
Can I ask something? And maybe we don't know because it hasn't passed and the legislature hasn't fiddled with it and we don't know what's going to happen, but either way, if, let's say this worst case scenario happened and Comcast said, oh, you know, we're going to just sublease this to ourselves under a new company or whatever wouldn't we have to come back before this board anyway for another special permit for that use? So either way, it's coming back before the board for authorization.
Yes, you do.
So, I mean, I'm not trying to say no, I'm not, really chiming in either way. If Mark and Ellen will say, look, we're not doing it, that's probably, hopefully will solve it. But either way, we have to come back. And so, I don't know. So I thought
Right, so if that's the case, I just want to make it clear to the board that us putting a condition to that effect, it really isn't doing anything. If we put a condition to that effect on this permit, that's all I'm
That
saying.
is something that we'll further discuss. I mean, the possession that we're presently in now is the fact is the board is under consideration of closing the public hearing,
yes.
okay?
Yes,
The discussion as far as closing the public hearing.
almost with closing it.
Okay, can we have Andrew, you make a motion to close?
Sure, I move to close the public hearing.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion amongst the board? All in favor? Aye. Okay, so we're presently going to close. Now, due to the fact that we have 3 other meetings presently, which are an hour behind, that we take, and we can, excuse me if I do this wrong, but I don't think I will, that we continue this until 9:30 or 9:45 tonight. And if you guys are going to be here, but there's that one meeting for Park Central for a little while in between.
Well-
Do you agree to, stay here so we can do that?
Just the one disadvantage I see is that all the residents who came for this one, then will have to wait while we consider other.
The residents will have no allowed to be involved in it at all. They can listen to it, and they can go home and watch it on TV tomorrow, whatever. But they're not allowed to have any discussion with it, nor is the applicant. So that's, it's done and over with, as far as that goes.
Yeah, it's really just a scheduling
I mean, I'd rather knock it out now, because
I
when
would
Park
too.
Central comes,
I would too.
I can leave.
I'd rather just get it done.
Okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, you need to take the consensus of your board. So if the majority or all of the members of your board you want to act on it now, because the public's here, you have to act on it now.
All right, I don't have a problem with that,
Let's just knock it out.
okay? The thing is that we have to, just for the applicant, that there's 3 other meetings. One was at 7:30, the other one's 8 o'clock, the other one is at 8:30. So they are going to be continued for at least another 15 or 20 minutes, how we do this. Is that agreeable? Okay? All right, so, the major issue is, George, have you been writing down these conditions that we have?
Yeah, I've been trying to keep along with the discussion that's been going on last night and tonight as well.
So would
We
you
can
like
go
to,
over them.
would we like him to read the list of the conditions he has and see if they're,
Well, should we have a discussion on the core approval before we get into conditions, or?
what do you mean?
Well, we have to first decide whether or not we're gonna grant the permit, and then we have to first decide whether we're going to grant
Oh,
the permit.
whatever, yeah.
Before we talk about
No, we
conditions.
can do that.
I guess.
Okay?
Let's put the cart,
Where are the members as far as granting or denying the permit?
let me start.
Yep.
So here are my thoughts on it for the boards. I mean, I want to start off by saying, you know, I want to emphasize something that the opponents have said a few times, but it is valid, that this is not, and I'm not saying this because I'm advocating one side or the other, but I want to make sure we don't make a decision under false pretenses. The abutters are right. We are not boxed into granting this. You know, this is a special permit use. In this zoning district, there are uses that are permitted that can go forward no matter what we do. They don't have to come to get special permission from us. There are uses that are not permitted, and users just can't do that. And then in the middle, there are special use permits that may or may not be permitted, and that's why we're here tonight, is so that we can give scrutiny to this particular use at this particular site to determine whether it meets the bylaw criteria, including whether it's detrimental to the neighborhood. So I do agree with them in principle, simply because this is a use and it meets the setback requirements and the distance from the schools. It shouldn't lead to the conclusion that it's a fait accompli we have to grant. I just want to make sure we're not making a decision under false pretenses in that regard. My own personal view is that, you know, the criteria that we've been given on this under paragraph J are pretty basic. You know, a lot of them are objective. So I think my own view is that this meets all of the objective criteria. And so on that basis, I don't see that we have a basis to deny it on the objective criteria. You know, there are, in my mind, to the extent we would deny this, or I guess where the rubber really hits the road, is the less objective criteria that we've talked about. Things like public health and safety, convenience and welfare shall not be substantially detrimental or offensive to the neighborhood or destructive to property values. That's where our discretion really comes into play. And, you know, my personal view on it is, and this isn't gonna be popular, I'm not against this use going into the town of Southborough. And I'm not, you know, I guess I'm not really gonna make a judgment as to whether it was a good law or a bad law that the town meeting voted upon last year. We're charged with implementing it, whether it's good or bad. I'm not personally opposed to it being here. I know that it's been zoned along a corridor along Route 9 that by definition is within a certain proximity to residences no matter what. So, I mean, in my mind, the town meeting has made a public policy judgment that they're gonna allow these uses in some proximity to residences. So in my mind, I'm not inclined to deny it on that basis. And, you know, in terms of operators, if we're gonna have one of these, you know, I think this group is pretty impressive. They got Harvard Medical School instructors. They've got people from the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. I think it's a credible group. I think that if we're gonna have one, I would prefer to have these people running it rather than someone else who doesn't have their credentials. So, I'm in generally, not opposed to this project. Where I'm getting hung up is that I understand that they're limited notwithstanding their efforts. This is the only site that works for them, and in my mind, it's the worst site that they could have been left with, and I'm disturbed by the fact that it's near the Neary School. I know it's more than 500 feet, so we're not gonna deny it on that, but in terms of the more subjective criteria we have to apply here, is it detrimental to the neighborhood? And this comes down to some of the subjective views of the world of our members. I view a school zone as a special zone to be protected, and I'm sensitive to sensitive uses being within proximity to school. So that's where I'm getting hung up a little bit on this, and I honestly I'm not 1,000% sure how I'm coming out on that, but I'm having a hard time getting past the proximity to the school, even though it meets the 500-foot buffer. That's where I'm struggling with this a little bit.
Andrew?
Well, I think that the condition that you were proposing about a deed restriction, then, that's something that potentially, has some teeth, and that's something that could be a condition of the special permit that addresses some of the concerns about the proximity to the school. Because I think that the issue about the proximity to the school has to do with diversion, and that gets into the debate about whether there's really significant diversion or there's not very significant diversion. It's, there's concern that there will be diversion, but, there wasn't really, I think the applicant made a very credible presentation about the measures that they are going to use to try to combat diversion, and that there's already a pretty comprehensive regulatory scheme to deal with that. So I think that where I come down is, I am in favor of granting it with conditions like the ones that we've discussed, including the ones that Selectman Faniff.
Ms. Shea,
Yeah.
Mr. Shea.
Mr. Shea,
and
too.
Mr.
Yeah, the
Faniff.
applicant agrees to that. And then going beyond that, no, I think that that's an interesting idea that we could flesh out, and it would be interesting because it wouldn't really, I think it would address people's concerns about what might happen, but it's also still specific to the site. That because of its proximity to the school, even though it meets the special permit criteria, that it will not be appropriate for ever being the site of a recreational use. Recreational marijuana store.
Andrew?
To me, it seems, as far as the conversion to recreational use, I know, Tom presents the cynical view, but I have a hard time seeing where, if the recreational use is passed, that somehow that gets in there without it being back in front of, the planning board and the zoning board of appeals. So to me, it seems a pretty far reach. And on the larger issues, I feel like on the medical marijuana and the zoning, there's basically larger bodies have voted on it, the state of Massachusetts, the town. So I'm tending to inclined to agree with Andrew and Tom in that, as far as meeting, what's set out in the zoning, I would have a hard time denying it.
Okay. Paul?
I guess my thought process is similar to what the others have just said. I guess subjectively, it is a credible applicant. In all honesty, I could do without this as a use in general, but it's been, like you just said, it's been approved by the Commonwealth. It's been, approved at town meeting. So objectively, I think it fits the criteria.
Okay. I also agree with what the other board members have said and stated, and I think that the conditional issues will take care of the other issues that we have. So, town council, is the fact of, to make our vote and then do the conditions, because, and just discuss the general conditions first that George have written down for us, because normally we do that, and then we get them written up and everything, and then the board approves them all.
Well, I don't know what your procedure is, but, I mean,
That's
I
what
would,
I'm going to, my suggestion to the board is, George, we'll have Joe read the decisions we have, and
Conditions?
the conditions, and then we agree on them, and then they get written, and then looked at by town council after, like normal, and then by the board members, and if there are any corrections to make, we do it that way. So, would you, Joe, please read the conditions that we have, just, that we have in writing in general?
Sure, in general, I have that the special permit will be contingent upon executing a host community agreement. That lighting, landscaping, and parking will be approved by the planning board. Let's see, what else? Oh, no, including no vehicles parking along Route 9.
That's our decision directly, not the planning board's.
Right. Then there's also been a discussion about the permit being non-transferable, whether that's through a deed restriction or not. Seems like the board was still kind of undecided one way or the other on that. So I don't know where the board stands on that as a condition.
I thought the non-transferable was something a little different.
Yes.
I think you could speak to this a little bit more. That's just about saying that
it's a different
the
issue,
special permit itself, they couldn't, this nonprofit medical marijuana dispensary couldn't take this and then give it to
another nonprofit.
to operate at the same, but
That's right, can't be
so
transferred.
it's
That's
different
different
from
from
converting.
converting it to recreational.
And then the other one I had was about getting access to the property being in the non-disclosure agreement that customers would be, or patients would be signing about how they get to the site.
Yeah, we talked,
Yeah.
and they agreed, but it's not, because it's not a signage thing or anything, so that'll be something that he can write, and then we'll just,
So that's to discourage people from taking Deerfoot Road and
Correct.
encourage
Right,
people to just go
definitely.
west and.
yeah, that's all. We want to confer everybody to go west on Route 9 and the different locations, and that's something that we'll put in writing. Okay?
That's what I have. I don't know if I've missed any.
Okay. Is there any other than that we'll let him draft those all up for us and get them to us?
We did discuss,
Excuse me.
last night, about hours of operation.
Yes, that's the other thing, is that they had stated that 8 to 8 was their condition of hours of operation.
That's what they're requesting. I mean, I don't know if that's what we want to, if we want to discuss that or alter that. I mean, that's,
Why, did the board have a problem with it?
I don't know.
I mean, the businesses on Route 9 are basically have more hours of operation than that. I mean, the car dealerships are open till 9 o'clock, but lighting and everything. And the planning board, when they go over the site plan of lighting and stuff, they can also, control the lighting to be shut off at a certain time and everything at night, like they do with the car dealerships and stuff that we had just approved a while back on Route 9, the Volvo dealership, when it was changed over. And the planning board would do that. So the thing would be in the decision that we do the hours from 8 to 8, if the board agrees with that.
That's fine with me.
No, we also discussed last night, loitering or congregating there.
The what?
Loitering, congregating. We don't want loitering. So that needs to be
I don't know what you mean by that.
congregating, hanging out.
No, that's.
Too many people in the parking lot?
No, that is a state law that is done by their people, that they're police, not police, but they're legal people that are there that watch the site, that have to make sure that doesn't happen. That's a state regulation. So if we
Well, I
want
don't
to put
see
something,
I don't see why we can't have that as a condition, that there's
we
to
can
be no
put- yeah,
loitering.
we can. I don't see no reason
I
why
know
not.
it's-
Mr. Chairman, It is in state law, but there is nothing to prohibit you from restating it in your conditions.
All right, we can do that.
And I know, again, I guess it's a state mandate or policy, you know, as far as having a security guard or officer or staff, that's.
Yeah, that's all.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Again, the applicant did indicate that, you know, hours of operation, safety operation, those are the things that they would consider. I think that you should discuss, if you believe it's appropriate, any more specifics as to the safety of the operation, and particularly as it integrates with our police department, whether you think there's some standard that should be set, or reports being made, or interaction happening on a monthly basis, whatever.
Could we make
But it's
a,
just something to consider. I mean, you can enhance, I mean, the state regulations are pretty stringent, but you know, local conditions, if you choose to, you know, create anything that enhances safety operations for the town, to whatever extent you think. I mean, that's the last thing I can think of based upon what I heard.
I think that I would make a recommendation then in what you stated, that we make a condition that the applicant sit and meet with our police chief, and they work on the legal, healthy, and safety conditions legally on the site.
We could make it so they have to meet X number of times each quarter.
Right, well, first, we make it for a meeting to start and set it up, and then we could make it for a monthly meeting, or quarterly meeting, or whatever, or let the police chief schedule it the way he would like to do it. I think that would be proper to do, and let him, because that's his job, and I mean, I listened to him when he was at the selectmen's meeting, and the way he handled stuff there, so I think that would be, you know, a good condition, just to make a condition that would happen,
Is that-
and let him do that.
Is that possible, like the host community agreement, that's gonna be, you know, subject to, you know, a host community? Could we have it subject to, I guess, police chief safety approval?
Yeah. Make that part of the condition,
Okay.
all right? Anything else? And Tom, Andrew? Okay, so in lieu of that, we will get Joe to draft the condition out like we normally do and go forward. So the thing is, the next step would be to make a motion of approval of the applicant, application presently in front of the board. So I need a motion made.
I will move to approve the issuance of the special permit application, subject to the conditions that we have just discussed.
Okay, do we have a second? Second? Do we have
Oh,
any, what?
not that we're taking comment from the peanut gallery, but the, do you want edibles?
Yeah, I mean, I
as-
think the
as a
way we came out
condition?
on that is that we never really got a resolution as to where we could draw a line of demarcation between.
Well, I mean, again, if we
Yeah.
want to draw a line, we can draw a line. So,
As far as
don't know that
what?
we
edibles?
What do you mean?
I mean, I
Gets
guess,
into what type of some edibles,
Yeah, well, we
not
talked about that.
edibles.
That was talked about last night. You have that down there, don't you, Joe?
Well, we never agreed on a condition.
Yeah, there was never an agreement on a
Never-
condition one way or the other.
we've had discussions on it, but, I mean, I guess the state law is
Okay, so-
non-candy form or non-product likeness form.
Then the recommendation that I would make is the fact that Tom brought this up and discussed it, so if, as far as that, would you agree to work on that draft?
Yeah,
us
I just don't know. I
and-
mean, we'd have to agree on it, but I don't know, you know, we invited the public to give us some thoughts on how we could circumscribe edibles beyond simply, you know, candy. And we didn't really get much help, and the applicant, you know, made a somewhat compelling argument that, you know, different people with different appetite issues and things like that need these to be in certain forms, so,
So the thing we-
I don't know.
And
The thing that we can
I
do.
understand the applicant is saying that, yeah, there is a need for an edible form of this, but I also just wanted to take into consideration a lot of the public comment that perhaps the, I guess, perceived ill effects of this or the diversion concern could be lessened if it's in edible is edible, but it doesn't have to be in an overly, again, not looking like candy, but it doesn't need to look like, doesn't look like your favorite dessert snacks either.
Tom, that you can do the research on it and come in with a draft, and that's something that Mr. Cipriano will also review and.
Well, I think if we're gonna vote to adopt a condition, we need to hash out what that condition is gonna be and not leave it to be worked, the details of it to be worked out later. I mean, I think
That's
we have
gonna
to
happen.
do
That's,
that.
that's open with us to do it that way. To do that. So the thing is, we have a motion to approve. So we need a motion, a second on the motion of approval.
But we just talked about the edibles after I made my motion, so I'm not sure
Well,
what we're voting on now.
It's in the conditions. We agreed it's
We
in the
can
conditions.
modify your motion to add additional conditions if you want, but I don't know what the condition will say.
What
would
is this gonna say?
I don't know, that's what we're grappling with.
All right.
So then if we,
Oh, boy. Mr. Chairman, you should try to work out that condition as best you can right now, before you vote it and not leave it till later. I think what I heard is that the product, by state regulation, is delivered in nondescript packaging. So, I mean, that's one thing you know. You know that it can't be in a candy form that normally is attractive to children. What you're grappling with is that between those two regulations, there is product that, is a brownie. You've heard that product is in that format to help certain people in terms of using the product, and you're concerned that it would find its way to children. What I listened to during your entire discussion, I could not quite understand how it would get into the hands of children unless it was unwrapped and, I don't know, sold.
But if it's in a nondescript packaging, once it's open, it could be very tempting, and you wouldn't.
There's no question. But are you trying to regulate the fact that somebody who's authorized to have the product opens the product at home, and a child in that household eats the brownie?
I have no idea. All I'm saying is that if this is for medicinal purposes, that I think it should just look medicinal. So it doesn't need to have, caramel swirls and marshmallow on top. I mean, I understand that there might be sugar needed to make it palatable, but I don't think we need to make it, again, I guess further expanding on the state rule of it not looking like, recognizable candy. I don't think it should look like recognizable dessert snacks. And from what I understand, they're manufacturing the product so they can manufacture it how they want it to, I guess they can manufacture what we say to have it look like or not look like.
Well, some of it may be subject to state regulation, but you might be able to create a condition that expounds on the fact that it not look like a candy product or a product attractive to children. That's a very general comment or condition, but I don't know how else you're going to deal with the problem. And then once, if an issue ever came up, then you would deal with it by saying, well, we did the right thing and it corrected it, or we didn't do enough and we need to amend it. I mean, that's just I don't know. That's a thought. I don't know what else you could possibly do, but it's your ultimate decision.
I'm just thinking out loud. It must be in a nondescript medicinal form, even when unwrapped.
That would be reasonable.
I don't see why that can't be stated. So then, hypothetically, which I don't think is going to be the case here, but hypothetically, you have things that look like, Hostess cupcakes and Twinkies floating around that's not going to find their way into the kid's lunchbox at school. I mean, I don't think that's what's going to be taking place here, but let's I guess put some language in to eliminate that. I'm only saying that based on what I heard from
And what you just stated.
some folks from the from that spoke up.
And what you just stated then, the way to word it.
What did I say?
That you would want it as, that all edibles would be non-edibles would look like a nondescript medicinal product.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, maybe you should add a little phrase that says, to the extent permissible by applicable law. That way we won't get into a conflict with whatever the state allows.
All right,
I agree.
That sounds good.
okay.
To the extent applicable, to the extent allowable by applicable law.
Okay. So is that agreeable?
That's fine.
Okay, so now we're in a position.
Not a public hearing.
Now we're in the position of, we've had a motion, which is Andrew made, is proper, and do we have a second? Do we have a second?
It is not a public hearing,
Excuse
sir.
me, there is no more public discussion, I'm sorry. There is no more public discussion, sir. Do we have a second on the motion?
I second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
All right.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Tom's opposed. 4-1, okay? The public hearing is closed and we're done. The next application in front of us tonight is, excuse me.
Lee,
Done.
Lee, could we have a 5-minute recess, please?
What?
5-minute recess, please?
Not really.
Yeah, I think
It's
we
9
need,
o'clock, we've got 3 articles.
let's have like two,
You cannot talk to the public.
huh?
You can't talk to the public.
No, I don't wanna. Let's just recess and let everyone clear out.
We'll make a motion for a 2-minute recess.
Please.
Not a bad idea. Let it dissipate. That's not a bad idea. I like Paul's idea. Let's do a
Excuse me,
recess
what?
for 2 minutes.
2-minute recess and let it dissipate.
5-minute recess.
5-minute recess.
2 is
Good.
fine, just
Second.
let this just dissipate.
Second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, good evening. We're continuing. The public hearing is being continued for Bartolini Brothers Construction. I am stepping down from it. Tom is taking my place as chairman on it.
So, Mr. Bartolini, the issue here is that we only have 4 members that can act on your application. So you have the right to go forward without.
Well, this,
Do I have to say that again? It's on. So the issue is we only have 4 people who can vote on your application. So I
but
think
isn't this a continuance? So is,
this is a resumption, but we don't have,
didn't we just have 4 the first time?
No, Jeff was here too.
Jeff was here, so we have
Okay,
5.
excuse me, sorry.
So I believe he has to get a majority of the board, which means you would have to get 3. So it's your prerogative to continue it until Mr. Walker's available to rule on it or to go forward tonight with only 4 members.
I think we'd like to wait for a full board.
Okay. So if that's the case, then we need you to make a request and sign a extension, because I think the deadline on your application is coming up, so we would need a, you got it already? Okay. All right. So I make a motion that we continue the hearing on this application. What did we say, until April 20th? Does that work for you guys?
Well, that's April vacation week,
Um,
so you know. Yeah,
Does that work for you guys otherwise?
works for me, but I don't know. if it's for the group.
I mean, it would work for me.
There you go. So you get the 20th, the 27th. Now, there's this activity if you guys have younger kids.
Either day is fine for me.
So,
The 20th work for you, Paul, or do you,
I believe so, yes.
okay, how about you, Andrew?
Wednesday, April 20th?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so I make a motion that we continue the public hearing until, do we have anything on that day?
nothing yet, no.
7:30 on April 20th. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Okay.
We also have an administrative matter because the permit would be presumptively approved on the 13th, because you have to act by the 13th, 90 days out. So you're going to need to also.
The video person is saying can't hear you, so you need a mic, sorry. And you gotta,
You can go right up there, Peter.
We just need to give you an extension to the 21st for a decision.
Oh, for this, I thought that's what you guys were signing.
Oh, a continued hearing and an extension on the.
Gotcha, so you're doing both, okay, okay. But that form accomplishes both?
Right, you
Okay.
have to do 2 different votes, to continue the public hearing and, or you could do it in one. You just,
And what's the other decision?
you just did a continuance to the public hearing, now you need to extend the application to, because the application expires April 13th.
We have to make a motion to extend the application to the 21st? Does that make sense?
Right, yeah, you do 2 things.
Okay, I make a motion that we extend the application until April 21st. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Okay.
Yeah, sign it as the vice chair. Please.
Wednesday, April 20th. They said,
Yeah.
Karen, is that going to be the night of our normal meeting too?
That will be, yeah, at this
Okay.
point, that's what's gonna happen now.
So
We
won't
have nothing else on the agenda
Nothing yet,
presently.
so I gotta get this date stamped.
Nothing presently on the agenda.
Got it, okay.
Karen, you have the thing for a sign. Okay. Our next application in front of us is for, Karen,
52,
what is it?
352 Turnpike.
Turnpike Road on the sign issue. Would you please read the applicant to the record?
Ferris Development LLC,
David Ferris's building?
352 Turnpike Road, Southborough, Mass. 01772. The Board of Appeals of the Town of Southborough will hold a public hearing in the Thomas J. McAuliffe Hearing Room of Southborough Townhouse, 17 Common Street, on Thursday, March 24th, 2016, at 8 p.m. with regard to the petition of Ferris Development LLC, 352 Turnpike Road, Southborough, Mass. 01772. The petitioner is seeking a special permit to install a wall sign which will exceed the allowable height, Relief is requested pursuant to Section 174-11, Sign Regulation Table D. A copy of the application may be reviewed at the office of the building department at the townhouse during normal business hours. Leo F. Bartolini Jr., Chairman.
Also, Karen, would you read the letter presented from the planning board? The applicant's been in front of the planning board in their approval.
So to the Zoning Board of Appeals from Hillary Carney. In accordance with, referencing 352 Turnpike, in accordance with Section 174-11 of the Code of the Town of Southborough, at its regularly scheduled meeting of February 22nd, 2016, the Planning Board met and reviewed the reference petition for an illuminated sign and reports that, 1, the sign scale is a reasonable relation to development scale, viewer distance, and travel speed, and sign sizes on nearby structures. Answer is yes. 2, the sign size, shape, and placement serve to define or enhance architectural elements of the building, such as column, sill lines, cornices, roof edges, and do not unreasonably interrupt, obscure, or hide them. Yet, answer is yes. 3, the sign design is in harmony with other signage on the same or adjacent structures and provides a reasonable continuity in mounting location and height, proportions, and materials. Answer is yes. 4, the sign materials, colors, lettering style, illumination, and form are reasonably compatible with building design, neighborhood context, and use. Answer is yes. Number 5, the sign size, location, design, and illumination are not judged to present a safety hazard to vehicular or pedestrian traffic. Answer is yes. The board unanimously voted to send a favorable recommendation regarding this application with the following conditions. No further comments.
Thank you. The other thing, just so the board members know, the planning board has made up a new application, new recommendation form than they normally have, which is, instead of the 8 different things, there's only 5, but they're worded a little bit different. That's why it's that way. So, excuse me, sir, if you'd like to introduce yourself and go forward with a presentation.
Sure. My name's Jose Martins. I live on Main Street in Southborough, and I'm here representing the owners of the building at 352 Turnpike Road, and we're requesting a special permit to install a sign on the front of the building. The building's been owned by us for a couple of years, and during the course of that time, we've done pretty much complete renovations, interior and exterior. And in the course of dealing with the issues of our tenants, it's come to our attention that the tenants are having trouble with visitors finding the building. The building is 600 feet from Route 9, not very visible. So we feel that the best way to handle that is to put a sign large enough on the front of the building, 352, the street number, indicating the address of the building. In addition, because of the concerns with people not being able to find the building, we're worried that in the event of a need for emergency vehicle assistance, it's important to have the building clearly indicated so that emergency personnel can find it when necessary. The building, as I said, is 600 feet from Route 9. We had our engineers and architects place the sign above the front door in a spot where we felt it would be best seen. The sign will be backlit with LED lighting at night. What we're asking for is that we be allowed to place the sign 22 to 27 feet above finished grade. The bylaw allows for up to 20 feet. The sign is 5 feet high. We're requesting that we be allowed to place it 20 to 27 feet above the grade, 22 to 27 feet above the finished grade. That would place it in the middle of the front of the building above the front door. The size of the sign is under 60 square feet. The bylaw allows up to 75 square feet. So the only variance we're looking for is the height. We're not trying to promote the building or gratify any of the tenants. The purpose of the sign is strictly for the convenience and the safety of the tenants. That's it. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Paul, any questions on this?
I think that was pretty self-explanatory, but the reason that it needs to be at between 22 and 27 feet is because it's above the doorway, and so
correct.
that's where the height of the doorway would start, so there's no way to there is no way, if it's above the doorway, to have it at within the 20-foot allowance.
Well, if you look at the picture that I've enclosed in the package, we felt that from an aesthetic standpoint, it's best balanced if it's in that location. If we put it any lower, it's gonna look out of balance, and it won't be as visible from Route 9. The building is a little bit below Route 9, so having it at that height would make a big difference.
I've been in the building, so I'm familiar with it. And there's, well, I guess we'll get into that when we're done. I guess if there's any abutters that object or find this questionable, it would be my only concern, but I have no questions.
David?
Is Ford still a tenant in that building? Ford?
They have a small portion of it, yes.
Do they have a sign already on that building? Because
No.
I think there was a
There are no signs anywhere in the building.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't allow them.
Yeah, Ford did have,
Yeah.
at one point.
I don't have any problem with this, and I just want to make one comment, that my building is a half a mile up the road, and I can't tell you how many times people come into my office looking for 352 Turnpike Road.
So you're saying you have a conflict of
I can imagine an
interest?
emergency, like your suggestion, that it could be an issue, particularly if it's responded by, let's say, a state trooper or someone from Westborough that isn't as familiar with the town as a Southborough policeman.
That's right.
So I don't have any problem with it.
Thank you.
Andrew?
I don't have any questions.
I don't have any questions either.
Okay, I also agree, and the biggest thing about it is that the height of the sign where it is very proper, because if you do come down Route 9, you can't see the bottom of the building at all, so I think it's a very good idea. My only question is, why have they waited 2 or 3 years before they did it? So I have no problem with it also. So if the board has no other questions, they make a recommendation to close the public hearing. Oh, excuse me.
Is there,
Are there any, wait a minute, are there any public comments on the sign? Okay, then we make a motion to close the public hearing?
And there were no other abutters that wrote in or had any objections?
So we have a motion to close the public hearing,
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
and a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, did
Do
we,
we
we
take a
didn't
vote?
approve it.
Now, we have to vote.
Excuse me.
We didn't,
Just close the public hearing.
we
but
just
didn't
closed the
have-
public hearing. We
approve
didn't,
it?
we didn't
Yeah.
approve
No,
anything
we
yet.
have to vote now on
All right, is
approval.
everyone agreed? Do we
Don't
have a-
thank us yet, we didn't approve anything yet.
Do we have a motion to approve the public hearing, to approve the public?
I'll make a motion to approve the applicant's request for a special permit for the sign to be mounted at
Right.
between 22 and 27 feet.
We have a
second the motion.
second?
I second the motion.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Yes.
Now you're
Very
official.
much.
All right.
You're official.
That will get filed. That will get filed downstairs in another 4 or 5 days.
They all should be that easy.
Okay. Our next meeting is with the residential Park Central.
Are you gonna do the other thing first?
Oh, excuse me, yes. Before we go into Park Central, I want to discuss the issue on the zoning bylaw for the 55 and over nonprofit. And I think Karen gave everybody that letter on it. Mr. Cipriano,
Mr. Chairman.
would you like to just make a quick, let the board realize what that is about on the bylaw of the 55 and over nonprofit?
As I have indicated to the Board of Selectmen and to the Planning Board, as you recall, there was an appeal taken of a decision by this board, and it related to, in part, an over 55 permit. And that matter was adjudicated in land court, and this board's decision was upheld relative to the issuance of the permit. But in that process, Judge Spicer of the land court identified an issue which he had all councils to address, and it had to do with a phrase that regulated ownership instead of use in zoning. And all parties had to address whether or not zoning can regulate ownership under two previous cases decided many years ago relative to condominiums. All parties filed their brief relative to that secondary issue, and the court, although upholding the Zoning Board of Appeals, indicated that that phrase, the phrase relative to public housing in effect, was a phrase that could not be enforced. The history of that, very briefly, the history of that phrase is that it found its way into the original bylaw for over 55 housing, with the expectation that that was the way the housing would have gone in the late 1990s. And then it was subsequently learned by a series of zoning amendments that no developer had any interest in that prospect, nor would there have been another Southborough housing project similar to the project that exists since the 1970s. So after several modifications, more details were put into the bylaw that permitted special permits and incentives to create condominiumized over 55 projects that were suited to varying degrees of income for the residents of the town. But in that process, the original phrase stayed in the bylaw, was never technically used, but has now been found to be, in effect, an offensive legal provision. My responsibility, once a court has decided that, is to identify that to the town and attempt to cure it by striking the offending provision. And that is what is before the town on my recommendation based upon that particular case. Now, that case is on appeal to the Mass Appeals Court, and I have heard a variety of issues about whether or not that it should wait relative to that. We don't view that it should be delayed, that whatever the ultimate decision of the appeals court is, this was a dicta that cleans up the bylaw and it should be removed. So that's basically the summary. I've always done that, whether I was a city attorney or a town council. If there was something that was of issue and it was indefensible, we don't let it sit. We clean it up so that the town can move along with their regulation. That's the sum total of it.
Thank you. So the question is if the board would consider voting in favor of it, and we write a letter to the Board of Selectmen in review of our vote.
I think that's a good idea.
Do we have,
I do too. Yep.
all right? Any other discussion? All right, does someone want to make a motion?
I'm in favor, but what again is we're gonna be writing a letter to the Board of Selectmen saying.
We're going to make a motion to vote to approve the bylaw presentation to the town meeting on it.
Not approve it, but just recommend,
Just
right?
recommend.
What?
To recommend, right?
We're
Yeah.
not approving anything.
Excuse me, go ahead, Mr. Cipriano.
Excuse me, sir. You're not approving anything. You're making a determination of whether or not you're going to support the zoning change.
The recommendation of support of the zoning.
Right. Now, let's approve it. Let's just do it here.
I agree approving it
And
too.
I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion that we write a letter in support of the town to make amendment to this provision.
Okay, and we have a second?
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. 5 unanimous, thank you. That is the end of the original meeting. The next presentation in a few minutes is Park Central. And the thing about it is the residential Park Central Capital Group Properties LLC and the comprehensive permit of 40B. And the reason it's being read that way, that is the way it is put on our application of our agenda every week, and it's been that way since day one. There's been a comment by Mr. Morris that we haven't been properly doing this because we discussed the use variance. But the residential property is the use variance under Park Central. The Capital Group Properties LLC is the comprehensive permit. So just for properly, that's the way it's always been on our agenda. Going back, looking at 9 agendas for the planning board.
Right.
They have not put anything on their agenda except for the discussion of Park Central, and they've talked about both boards. So just for the record that we've got it cleaned up and done that way. The other issue is the start. We have a letter, as we know, we discussed tonight, we're gonna discuss the waivers. And the first thing is on the conservation issue. We have a letter from conservation that we received on the 21st. Karen, would you please read that into the record?
March 21st, 2016, to Zoning Board of Appeals and Chair Leo Bartolini Jr., CC Board of Selectmen Aldro Cipriano, Karen Finelli, Planning Board Mark Purple, from the Southborough Conservation Commission, and it's regarding the residences at Park Central waivers. The Southborough Conservation Commission, SCC, respectfully requests that the ZBA reconsider and rescind their February 24th, 2016 vote to unconditionally grant the waivers requested by the applicant from Chapter 170 of the Town Code, Wetlands Protection Bylaw, and Section 174-13.5 of the zoning code, Stormwater and Erosion Control Bylaw, where the SCC was not given advance notice or opportunity to provide any input or commentary on the environmental significance and impacts of the requested waivers prior to them being granted. We ask the ZBA to reconsider their vote. We also wish to point out that since the applicant has not provided our respective committees with copies of the proposed site plans, it may have been premature to take any action, any decision on the waivers without first seeing the proposed plans. Without performing a review of the plans, the extent of impacts cannot be properly evaluated. The SCC expects the applicant to file a notice of intent, NOI, application in the near future. The NOI would require the submittal of site plans. It would be appropriate for the SCC to have a conversation directly with the applicant about the request for waivers during the SCC's review of an NOI application, rather than grant them in advance of that. Please understand that the SCC would like to provide input to the ZBA and the applicant on waivers being requested, and need to review the site plans so that we may offer other comments which relate to actual plans rather than concepts. Given that the waivers have already been granted, any discussion between SCC and the applicant on these town bylaws would only be out of courtesy. The applicant no longer has any obligation to engage in discussions with respect to those, or to these town bylaws which have been waived. Therefore, the SEC respectfully asks that the ZBA reconsider or rescind their vote to allow waivers of town bylaw and associated regulations under Chapter 170 of the Town Code and under 174-13.5 of the Southborough Zoning Code until such time as the SEC can provide input based on submittal and review of actual site plans. Thank you for your consideration. Mark S. Posamato, Chairman of Southborough Conservation Commission.
Okay. Comment on that is that I had a meeting with Mr. Cipriano and Mr. Purple, and I was asked if we would take and just discuss this at the time, which we got it. But right now, I would like to have Mr. DePietri make a comment on the issue of the waiver and the way it was presentation to us in the beginning.
So, Ms. Bally, thank you. I've read the letter from Conservation as well as heard about the Planning Board joint meeting with Conservation on Monday night regarding lack of knowledge of the waivers that we would be requesting from the Zoning Board. So, I went back through our files today and basically came up with a summary of meetings that we've had with the Planning Board and the Conservation dating back to November 5th. I'd like to read into the record 9 meetings that we've had between both boards. On November 5th, 2015, Paula Thompson of Waterman Design Associates submitted 27 sets of plans to the town of Southborough. These plans are dated November 4th, 2015. The plans were at the 70% completion. Within the plans was a partial list of waivers that we would be requesting. On November 19th, 2015, the Conservation Committee had the opportunity to review the full set of plans that were submitted to them per the Conservation Commission's letter dated November 1st, which they state that they did review the plans.
Excuse me, December 1st.
Yeah, December 1st.
Okay.
On December 3rd, we held a meeting at the town hall with all of the department heads. At this meeting, our engineers gave a full presentation on the master plan of the project. Present at the meeting was the town planner, Jennifer Burney, the conservation agent, Beth Rosenblum, Highway Superintendent Karen Gallagher, the Building Inspector Mark Robidoux, as well as other town employees and 2 abutters. The conservation agent asked if we would be seeking any waivers at this point. We confirmed that we would be seeking waivers from the stormwater management and the 20-foot no disturb bylaw. After the meeting, Paula Thompson and Daniel Ruiz met with Daniel Delaney of Fussell and Neal, who is the town's consultant, to further review the plans and the list of waivers that we would be requesting from the town. On December 7th, we attended a planning board meeting and gave a full presentation of the entire project. There were many questions asked by the planning board members regarding the plans, the scope of the project. All questions were answered. The board also asked for an updated list of waivers. We agreed, scheduled another meeting for December 21st to review the list of waivers. On December 10th, 2015, we met with the Conservation Committee at an advertised public hearing for the project regarding the application of an ANRAD. At the end of the meeting, we went through the entire project and the set of plans that the Conservation Committee had with all the board members. Again, many questions were asked and answers were provided. On December 21st, 2015, we attended the second meeting with the planning board. We further discussed the project and the partial list of waivers that we'll be requesting. On January 6, 2016, we attended a planning board meeting where they discussed the comment letter that was sent to the ZBA. In the letter to the ZBA, they asked for the list of waivers we would be asking for, even though we had already discussed the list of waivers with the board on December 21st. On January 28th, we met with the Conservation Committee where they approved the ANRAD plan. On February 4th, 2016, the applicant had a MEPA meeting at his property located at 257 Turnpike Road. At this meeting, the topic of conservation waivers was raised. The conservation agent was present at this meeting, as well as the commission's consultant. So between both boards, we had 3 or 4 meetings. The topic of waivers came up at each one of those meetings. At no point did either one of those boards ask us to come back and further explain the waivers that we'd be needing. I told them what we were gonna need. We've been more than open. We've had 20-something meetings on this project. And I can't complete my engineering without the waivers. This isn't a 3 or 4 lot subdivision. It's 100 acres that we're trying to design here. I can't design it one way and then come back and get the waivers and design it another way. So in order for us to continue from the 70 to the 100% set of plans, we needed to know what waivers we were gonna get, which ones we weren't gonna get, which is why we were here at the last meeting for the waivers. So the fact that everyone's stating that they weren't aware of these waivers, they were made aware many times that we would be requesting them from this board. Not once did they ask us to come back and further define why we needed them or to go into greater detail.
All right, the other comment on that is the fact that under mass housing regulations, the zoning board of appeals has the right to go in favor or against of any conditions under conservation except for the state rules and regulations. And we also have the right to do it under the building, planning board regulations of the town of Southborough. So in the correspondence of what we did do, and at that time you did explain to us the reason of the 20-foot buffer zone being entertained because of the moving of the residential houses away from the abutters that squeezed into that other area. Is that correct?
Correct.
Which was told and was on that original plan we had, which is what we, looked at and discussed before we did that waiver. So, the thing presently is if the feeling of the board of what we did with those 2 waivers. The other thing that I want to clarify and clean up, that Mr. Morris stated at his meeting, that on the meeting of the 24th, we received the application of the waivers. But what happened was we received the original application, and he corrected this statement at the last meeting, that we received the original application on the 16th, and then 3 or 4 days later, we got a correction. But on the night of the 24th, they gave us one with some wording changes on it. And what happened was that Karen gave that out to the boards next day, but not thinking that we had, they didn't know that we had received it, the 3 weeks and 2 weeks in advance of it, that we had the chance to study. And they had presently made the statement that we just did that at that meeting with no anything, and it was, what do you call it? So that was, something that was done, but it was properly submitted to us 2.5 weeks in advance and everything, except for the few wording and corrections that were done on the 24th, which were no major issue at all. Due to the fact of the 55 and over project of Bartolini Builders, the meeting on that night went up until 10 or 10:30. And there was a big statement made that at 11:15, we voted on those two warrant articles. I had made the thing to Mr. Petrie, because he had made the statement that he wanted the conservation articles done so he could go forward with the plan drawing to finish it at the 100% mark. So when we opened up the public meeting, I publicly said to Mr. Petrie that, would he want to go forward to do the two warrant articles for that, which is what we did. And the reason we did them was because it was requested, he had said prior to it, because he wanted to get it done so he could go forward with his engineering plan. And then we stated that at tonight's meeting, which was supposed to be at 8:30, that we would go over the other list of waivers that he has.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Chairman, I tend to recollect similar circumstances. These waivers were discussed, and we did have a discussion that night. It wasn't a midnight deal by voting these things in so late. The meeting happened to go late. We did discuss it. We did realize we weren't going to get through all the waivers that night. You explained to us the fact that you needed to continue on your drawings, and the engineering drawings were important. You needed to know which waivers you were going to have and which way you were going to have to go with the drawings, and we understood that. We also had a discussion, I believe, that we were going to, we assumed that you were going to still have dialogue with other boards.
We still have to file with Conservation and
Right.
Planning Board
So the
for
conservation and
many
and
meetings.
We did make comments that, we assume that this is an ongoing process with conservation, that everyone, it's a very transparent business deal that we're doing here. And I was kind of shocked to read some of the stuff that I read about how it was some type of, crazy in the middle of the night type of an arrangement, which was, I took it as a personal insult.
I know.
It was certainly not like that, and I feel bad that people felt that that's what happened.
Again, I agree with the same comments. I by no means felt that it was some late night, let's get this done agreement. I don't have, that did not occur in my mind at all, so I'm not sure where that would have even come from.
Right, I mean,
I do understand that certain things you need to know, certain waivers, certain direction before you're gonna come up with 100% plans.
Right.
And I actually think the plans are actually somewhat comprehensive and certainly allows me to follow what's going on as we're discussing this process. And I know it's gonna continue to evolve as you do
Right.
speak with other powers that be and the such. So, I'm fine with what.
Okay, so are the members agreeable that the motion that we made will stay in place the way it is?
yes,
Yes.
Okay. The other question is that we have is in those motions that we made, there were the conditions on the stormwater management plan that when we do the final decision, that there would be some conditions that we were going to put to the applicant on maintenance of the stormwater issues of, you take care of the catch basins, sand it,
Correct. I think what our,
sweeping the roads and all that stuff.
Mr. Chairman, I think what our plan is to, once we're through Conservation, through Planning Board, they'll have their conditions. We'd like to wrap them all up into one list of conditions between the three boards.
Right. And the,
Within that will be the maintenance and all that.
okay. And the other issue is, which I want to clarify very clearly, is that there have been comments made by individual people that we're not aware of a lot of these issues. Well, on the 20-foot buffer zone, when it was approved by the Conservation and went to town meeting, I was a member of the Planning Board. At that time, I was a representative for the Planning Board at Conservation. And I was at all the meetings when they did it, and they approved the 20-foot buffer zone. I know why they approved it and the way it was done and the way it went to town meeting. Also, when the stormwater management was done, it was done when I was first as an alternate on the ZBA board, and Eddie Estella and Mr. Bemis and them were involved in it, and I attended all those meetings, so I was aware of those discussion. And as a subcontractor in the town of Southborough, I am aware of all the rules and regulations that a stormwater management plan requires to be maintained by. So to be quoted by individuals that I don't know and making the comments I do, I want to publicly state that I do know and have been involved in those comments prior to. Okay? The other issue is to go forward with these other waivers, unless Mr. DePietri has any other comments, or Mr.
No, we have no further comments. We would like to proceed with the waiver request from the original letter that was given to this board before. I think we were going to oppose any vote to rescind what you have already done. Mr. DePietri, as he has told you, has relied on those. It's been a very open process, starting with the use variance, which clearly indicated that this project was going to be permitted primarily. The infrastructure and the drainage and the road layout of this project was going to be permitted through the comprehensive permit process. And that obviously, when you proceed under that process, waiver of local regulations is quite ordinary and quite typical. And I think it's just time for us to move on. We'd like to go through the rest of the request of waivers so that we can complete our plans and get them to this board, get them to the planning board, and get them to the Conservation Commission and move forward.
I want to also entertain on what you said, Mr. Angela, as far as the board, in the original approval of this project, this board, and as a chairman, I started to get the board to agree to make a recommendation to get Mr. DePietri to go along with a rental project versus doing a 40B project. And by doing that, that'll get the town to get granted. 30 years from now, before another 40B project would be able to come into the town of Southborough. The original plan was for 3 40B projects. And in lieu of him doing that, it took 3 to 4 months, which he did not want to do it with the board or discuss it with the board, but he did talk and sit down with the town planner, and they worked it up and came up with the design and stuff on the use variance and brought it back. When he brought the use variance in front of us, one of the major discussions was that the approval on the use variance finalized would be under the same regulations of the 40B project. And our board voted, and at that time it was a board of 5 people. We voted in the condition to agree that that's the way we were going to do things. And that's what we have done going on from now. In lieu of that, we did make the condition to send it to the planning board for the few other options of other things for the approvals of doing it. So this is why we've gone forward with what we've done, and in lieu of the fact that Mr. Petrie has agreed to do this for the town of Southborough, which if we ended up with 3 40B projects, we'd end up with, which these numbers were done. Number one, Mr. Monchant, which is the state representative council for us, not council, but he's our representative that helps us. And he also made a statement and agreed that what we were doing was be properly done because of the things being connected the way they were and everything. And the other thing that goes along with this is the issue that we've gone down the road and properly done it, and it's been done in the best interest of the town of Southborough. If we have 3 40B projects, we'd have a total of anywhere between 70 and 90 children, which would eliminate the total taxes in this project to the town of Southborough, which would be shot by $400,000 to pay these kids to go to school. The other thing it would considering 1,200 cards per day additional, which on the car study program that was done, that it would take and be legal on Deerfoot and Flag Road to do that. So by us doing all this, and Mr. DePietri agreeing, These are the major benefits that we've been doing in lieu of the town of Southborough. And this is something that some residents are not understanding or whatever, but it's something that needs to be clarified and done, said properly, that we, you know, this is the reason we've handled this project and the way we've gone forward and done it. The other major issue that's come up with children is the discussing of schools and 3 apartments and all residential issues. Under the Mass Housing Rules and Regulations, we are not allowed to do anything with children under the 40B project. It's something that's written down in writing, it's in black and white. We're not supposed to give any kind of submittals to the town or anything else to do with that, which I did make a presentation at the last meeting to let people know where we were at, which I was told by Mr. Monchant that technically I shouldn't have done that. But we did do it to put it on record. So I think that we'll go forward from that point on. What was Mr. Cipriano, your comment?
Well, Mr. Chairman, initially, you indicated that you had a meeting with me and the town administrator.
Yes.
I heard a letter read into the record from the Conservation Commission. You told me to stay here this evening for this hearing. What was the purpose of me staying here this evening for this matter?
For the issue that's coming up as far as we're going forward, and, I mean, the board members did agree to leave that alone, and I did make the statement with you and Mr. Purple that I would ask the board to reconsider those 2 motions, which you hear how we did it. Mr. Purple had suggested that you stay at the whole meeting tonight, at this meeting and at the future meetings to do with Park Central and the residential project. And the major issue now is that we're going to go through the rest of these waivers, and we have conservation and the planning board here, so if there's any comments with that you would be here to do so, if you want to.
Sir, the Conservation Commission is not here this evening. The planning board is not here this evening. The chairmans are.
Right.
I am here, assigned, being paid by the town of Southborough, to address a legal issue. I've waited because you asked me to wait. I'm going to address the issue because you know exactly what I was to address for you.
You can address it, address anything you want.
I would have expected that you would have asked me while I was waiting to address it earlier.
I apologize.
In that regard, what you have before you is a letter from the Conservation Commission that indicates that you did not formally send to them a request to consider waivers under their jurisdiction. Now, you are a Chapter 40B board, which gives you omnibus authority under comprehensive permits. Everybody has to go to you. You don't have to go to them, or the developer doesn't have to do shopping in a variety of ways with other permit granting authorities. However, at least I would expect that the protocol, the policy, practice, and procedure of any zoning board of appeals under 40B is if comments are, if those boards can't consider things within their jurisdiction, that you're going to make those decisions, that you would at least formally ask for their comments. And that's what the Conservation Commission is indicating. Now, is it a policy of this board that you seek comments from other boards as you act under a 40B project application, a comprehensive permit? Do you seek their input? Do you ask the planning board to weigh in on the police chief, the fire chief, conservation, Board of Health?
Yes.
Except for state regulations, Title V, or the State Wetland Protection
Which
Act.
has been done.
Except,
And the thing is, what?
except that what I heard was a letter from the Conservation Commission that said that they weren't asked formally to respond to the requested waivers. Now, the applicant with counsel has indicated that he went to a variety of the meetings, which is very interesting. Presumably at none of those meetings, and I'm not sure, I don't know what the answer to this is, at none of those meetings was there input or commentary from the Conservation Commission or the Planning Board. So it's interesting that all of that happened, and I can understand maybe some of the frustration of the developer, but it doesn't change the policy, practice, and procedure which is being identified by the Conservation Commission tonight, that they would have expected a formal request to to comment on the waivers being sought. And then you could set a time certain in which that had to be done, a realistic time certain, and get the comments back here so that you can consider them as you address the waivers. That was the entire issue as I understood it, and which resulted in a meeting that we had about a week ago.
In November, they were given the plans and were given the same letter stating both boards were. And the reason that when the waivers were submitted to us, the prior meeting with Mr. DePietri, he had made the comments he had made tonight, and we haven't heard from none of them, so and honestly, I put it on the agenda, and it was on the letter was a public letter on the record. The planning board was checking our record every week to see what was there. They did not do it for this. Conservation has been doing the same thing, which I did not do it with Conservation because of the discussion that Mr. DePietri made publicly that he had already discussed all this, and they never sent nothing to us.
Well,
so properly, I could have been wrong, but that is the reason the way it was done.
That does a disservice to everybody, to the neighborhood, to the applicant developer, and to all the fellow boards.
Why?
Because there was, you're speculating that just because there was discussion, there would be response. This is a formal administrative process. The zoning board of appeals, or any zoning board of appeals, seeking comment must formally request it of all agencies. So what I'm hearing tonight is the Concom's still waiting for that request. The developer's relying on the comments that are being made. He's having informal meetings. He's going through a variety of issues. The public at large is wondering what's happening, and you've got a Conservation Commission that wants the formal review, and you've already granted the waivers without their review in matters that were under their jurisdiction normally, but are within your jurisdiction under 40B. So the recommendation tonight is the same recommendation that I made a week ago, which is that you need to have the input officially of the Conservation Commission on those waivers in their jurisdiction before your board to act appropriately under 40B.
Well, in talking to Mr. Monchant, Mr. Cipriano, he has not said that was proper. He said we did not have to do that on conservation, and the issue behind this is there's a major issue in the 20-foot buffer zone. The major issue is due to the fact that he moved the houses away from the abutters to create a bigger buffer zone, squeezed 9 to 10 units against the 20-foot buffer zone, which if that waiver was not granted, he would have moved everything back against the neighbors and everything. So in the discussion of the board to make it so it did not happen is the major reason of giving them that waiver.
The bottom line is that Mr. Marchant was brought into this town at my recommendation and me working with him in other municipalities. With all due respect, he's not counsel, he's not a lawyer, and I am the town council right now, at this time. The recommendation is that you seek a request of the Conservation Commission on the waivers sought and rescind the vote. That's my legal recommendation.
Excuse me. Could a vote be rescinded?
Absolutely. You reconsider. It's a parliamentary process. You reconsider your vote, and all you're doing is you're ministerially sending it to the Conservation Commission, a date certain. Your chairman is here this evening, so you can say to him, how much time do you need? Be fair to the developer, be fair to the Conservation Commission for their comments, and then send it to them for their review and comment under the waivers. This project, I must say, I've never honestly seen such a long, drawn-out project in all the work I've ever, and I'm not suggesting that it's the ZBA issue, but the point is that my responsibility is to keep things administratively tight in process.
Right,
And
I
that
get
issue
it.
was raised.
I do get it. I mean, just speaking for myself, I feel as though that this has been a long process, well over a year. There's been numerous meetings, 2 years.
Excuse me, it's been 2 years and 6 months.
Well over a year, 2 years, 6 months. We've had numerous meetings that both have been here and with the developer, with other boards. I personally was under the assumption that a lot of this stuff has to run parallel, a lot of meetings have to run parallel, and I thought that the Conservation Commission was was giving input as to what their recommendations were to the developer, and they were working together. We made comments, like I said before, that we thought that that the vote that we gave was similar to what the Conservation Commission was angling towards, and I thought everyone was in concert. That's the reason why I felt as though that we could grant those waivers. Maybe I overstepped my boundaries,
Well,
but I feel as though that Conservation had plenty of opportunity to come to our meetings, just like the planning boards have in the past, and you know, they've had plenty of opportunity to make a comment. I've never seen anyone here from Conservation in all our meetings.
The chairman's here, and I'm sure he's going to
Okay.
speak in a minute. I must say that what I've been seeing, not as to the developer, I see significant concern constantly from the residents. But I also see a developing divisiveness between the administrative boards of the town, which is a grave concern to me as the town council. So we are all hoping that all boards, as we are the council, will work together and in their jurisdiction, and I'm saying this to every board that's involved, in an increasing cooperative fashion.
There's no doubt that we don't want hostility.
And I know you don't.
We don't want hostility. I don't want hostility. I want all the boards to be on the same page, including the planning board. This is the biggest project this town's ever, you know, taken on, and we have to get it right. So we have to get input from Conservation, and we have to get the correct input. And if we fumbled it, maybe we did.
Well, all I'm saying is there's a certain policy, practice, and procedure that I know about, and I presume that it's the same one you use, and if it's any board or police chief or fire chief or otherwise, you simply send out almost simultaneously, but of course the plans took time to develop, but when the plans are ready, you send them out and you say, please give us your comments at your meeting, submitted to us for our meeting on waivers, and then they act upon them. But at any rate, I believe the chairman of the Conservation Commission is here. I've spoken enough.
Go ahead, Mark.
Mark Pasamato, Chair of Conservation Commission, Southborough. I just want to straighten out a few things. So the applicant, Mr. Petrie and Park Central, mentioned meetings that we had back in November and December around a 70% complete plan. His comments are accurate. We did look at a 70% complete plan. At that time, we had a petition in front of us for an ANRAD, that's an abbreviated Notice of Resource Area Delineation, that basically says that on this very large parcel, you know, we need to go and agree with them, whoever they've hired, engineering firms, consultants and so forth, as to what areas are wet and what aren't. What are the wet resource areas and what are not the wet resource areas? That's probably one of the reasons why the plan was 70%, because you're not gonna finish the plan until you have an agreement as to where things can go based on how wet things are up there. That process took some time to work through. There were many full days where our consultant, Lucas Environmental, spent with their consultant, Scott Goddard, engineering, I'm not sure the last, on site, going by flag by flag by flag. There are over, I don't know how many flags up there. 1,100, I think, something like that. Flag by flag, making sure it's wet here, it's dry there. Do you agree? The whole site. On the plan, that was 70%. The end of that process, they're issued an ORAD, which is a outstanding resource area delineation, and it basically says that this wetland line is agreed upon by the applicant, the Conservation Commission. It gets filed with the state, and that line is in fact that true wetland delineation line for 3 years, right? So it doesn't get reviewed again for 3 years. And at that point in time, they then can take that plan and go off and finish it, whatever they need to do, because now they know where they can work and where they can't work. They know where the 20-foot is, they don't know where the 20-foot is, et cetera, et cetera. So that was the process we went through. We were honestly expecting to get a plan back, preparation for the notice of intent application, that would take that approved wetland line into consideration, and we could see where they had problems and issues, and at that point in time, provide some information back to you folks with respect to any kind of waivers. Did they mention that they were going to be seeking waivers? They did. They're entitled to them under 40B. It's a very proper and typical thing that happens under 40B, that you folks issue waivers. But we would think that you'd want to have some input from us with respect to stormwater management on the site, to the 20-foot. Is there anything they can do to preserve some 20 feet here and not there? You know, just some feedback. And the letter was intended really to allow us to provide that feedback. As a board, we're not trying to prevent the project. We're a permitting board. We just want to make sure that, you know, the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, quite frankly.
Okay, comment on that, Mr. Pezzimato, is the fact that in the prior time that the Conservation Board has granted these two different types of waivers on other developments in the town of Southborough. Is that not correct?
Yes, so Trotter School is a good example, so.
No, it's
so-
been done before, so it's not
There is
something
precedent-
that's never been done from now, for the first time now.
Oh, no, there's precedent in the town where we have entertained waivers to the 20-foot no-build. Maybe not site-wide in all cases, but in certain areas, we receive letters of those requests and entertain those. We've also entertained, waivers in the stormwater bylaw. Typically, it's around volume, right? They meet the peak rates, but they may not be able to reach the volume, and we give them some waivers around a slightly increased volume in certain, year storms. So, yeah, it has been done.
There was another question that was made on the meeting on Monday night to Foster O'Neill. And Foster O'Neill has made the statement to me that they do not grant or approve waivers, or have they made any confirmations or recommendations on waivers in the town of Southborough or any other town.
I believe that's what he said.
Okay, what?
I believe that's what he said.
Right. The other thing is, I'm gonna ask Mr. DePietri, if we hadn't done what we did, what would we be doing now, or what do you want to do now?
If you hadn't granted me the,
Well, the issue that you requested that we grant it so you could finish the drawing
Correct.
at 100%, because you didn't want to do a drawing and spend the extra amount of money.
again, Mr. Chairman, as I stated at the previous meeting and earlier tonight, we're not talking about a 5-lot subdivision. There's 100 acres out there that we're trying to complete the engineering on. I needed to know which direction we're gonna go on. I'm not gonna design it one way and then be granted the waiver and redesign the other way. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars of engineering cost here. This is no small task here. So in order to complete the plans, so we can take them before the planning board and the conservation, I needed to know which waivers we were gonna get. Those were the crucial ones, so we could continue with the engineering. We're gonna file with the conservation. I'm sure they're gonna give us their comments. I'm sure they're gonna give you their comments, and we can come back before the board and talk about it at that point.
Okay, Mike,
What he's saying is that, I haven't heard anything tonight other than protocol and practice. There's, that the town boards typically do, but this is not a typical project. Number one, on a 40B, you usually don't have to provide detailed engineering plans, okay? I'm sorry, you don't have to provide detailed engineering plans. We agreed to do that. I think what Mr. DePietri is saying is that let's proceed with what we're doing. When we file with the Conservation Commission, okay, and the Planning Board, if they have comments, okay, to get back to you, that they suggest that you don't grant the waivers, or that you grant only portions of the waivers, or you do other things, then you vote to reconsider, then to rescind and reconsider. The comprehensive permit is a long way from being issued. But every time we run into so many roadblocks in this project that we never seem to go forward. What you did the last time was entirely appropriate. It gave us an indication of what direction you're going in. It's not etched in stone, because as Mr. Cipriano said, you can rescind them later. And if that's what you do later, at least we have a direction and a feel from this board which way we are going. And,
Can I ask you a question? Last month's meeting, when we had this meeting, and these waivers came up, the conservation waivers, did you find it odd that there were no recommendations from these guys?
I wasn't here, so I unfortunately, would I find it
Did you-
odd?
I mean, I assume that you've done other
No.
similar projects, maybe not the same
I
size.
was not at all surprised, because it was under 40B. That's the very kind of regulation that is typically waived. I mean,
No, I know, I know it's waived in some cases, but I'm saying, before any recommendations come in for those waivers. In other words, I think what Mr. Pasamato is suggesting is that this is kind of a very unusual circumstance where we went ahead and made a vote without really the protocol in place. The protocol was that recommendations would come in, we'd review them, and they may very well be similar to what you guys suggested and what we voted on.
Well, in all sincerity, the reason that I can honestly say that I wasn't surprised was the purpose of giving all the boards the 70% plans was to, in fact, get them to comment. I mean, I don't know what comments they provided to you on the 70% plans. I mean, now we're hearing, well, 70%, we couldn't give you any comments. I mean, when you looked at those 70% plans, when you look at the concept plan that was approved in the variance, it was pretty clear, okay, that there are wetlands up there and that they would probably be seeking wetland waivers. And I don't know why they didn't comment to you, Mr. Eagle. I can't explain that. They had the opportunity. This board directed us to give those plans out to conservation, to the planning board, and he did. And you didn't get any comments. So am I surprised that they didn't comment? No, they had months to comment and they didn't comment. I mean, all they had to say was, don't give any waivers until we talk to you, or they didn't do it. So again, we seem to be, once again, going around in circles, and I understand what Attorney Cipriano was saying, and you know, my observation is, and I do this in a lot of towns, this is turning into a political battle, and it should not be, okay? It's boards seemingly fighting over jurisdiction and authority, when what everyone should be doing is working together to get a good plan. And I think that's what you folks are trying to do, so. I mean, I sense that we're gonna be back here again on this issue, and when we should be spending this time talking about the waivers, getting your feel on them, okay, and getting your vote on them. And the public or the planning board, through the chairman or otherwise, can comment.
Okay. I think to make a recommendation and see if the board considers it, and Mr. Petrie considers it, and then Mr. Cipriano after that, that we take and go forward with the waivers that we've done and the other waivers, and we approve or disapprove them. Then you go forward with your plans and submit them. And then when the planning board and the conservation review the plan and everything, they then can come back to us and make their comments. And then we get that, we agree now that at that time we will reconsider what we've done. But by doing it now, we would be giving you the recommendation of where to go forward with that plan for the 100% final engineering plan. So we're making, you know, a recommendation of a waiver, and then take and go back, and then the conservation board then takes and does their thing and makes their comment back to us, and then at that time, we rediscuss it and re-vote on it. Yes, Mark?
So I just want to make a couple of things, a couple of comments. One, you know, I'm not here tonight, nor did the Conservation Commission write the letter because, you know, we want to play with our toys in our sandbox and take them from you. That's not why we're here. You know, what we want to be able to do is provide feedback with respect to the design aspects of this project as it pertains to the conservation oversight. Because I think we have a lot of expertise on our board. We've been doing this for a while, and I think that we can add some value to the process.
So the thing, which I think is where you're going on this, is that if we make a letter or a recommendation publicly tonight that the developer is to go in front of you, with the recommendation on the waiver and discuss it with your board, because I do know legally, presently, where we've done it, you don't have to do that. But if we request it, is that what you would like?
Well, where you've granted the waiver, there's no you know, responsibility on the applicant's part to come to us with a design that meets the stormwater bylaw criteria, aspects of that, or the Wetlands Protection Act, which is the 20-foot no build, which you're very familiar with. So they don't have to discuss that if they choose not to. So if you leave the waivers in place and they come in with a design, they don't have to address that. Or maybe there could be some middle ground here, something where we can have some discussion about, well, you know, you've you know, you've been waived the 20-foot over here, is there anything that you can do by sliding this way, sliding that way, to give us some buffer zone back? You know, those kinds of discussions.
I mean, that can all happen when we go before the planning, when we go before the conservation. We still have to come back to this board for the final approval on both phases of the project.
I think that, right, I think, just to move on from this topic, I think the chairman makes a good point, along with Mr. Pasamato, that we kind of keep the vote as it was, with the idea that conservation needs to sit down with the developer and work out any issues. If conservation can't seem to work it out, we need to hear back from you. And at that point, we can make a decision if we want to rescind our decision. Based on your recommendation, we can either decide or not decide. I think that gives you the ability to have a little bit of leverage with the developer, because you have basically our word that we will fully reconsider what we did last month.
Is there any timetable with respect to reconsideration of a vote? Can it be done at any time, or? It can be done at any
Yes,
time.
there needs to be a timetable set. I mean, we're to a point that right now, until the end of April 30th, is the deadline on this project with us. So when Mr. Petrie gives an extension, the biggest question is, to Mr. Petrie, is where are we with the 100% plans?
Mike?
All right, I mean, right.
When will we have them?
We're hoping to file with conservation, I'd say within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, worst case.
All right, so if that's the case, when would you have your meeting with them?
Well, we gotta advertise it, I would say probably the end of April.
Let me see, so we meet the 31st, and we meet the 20th or 21st of April. So you'd have to have the plans to us by, what's the Monday before the 18th? Whatever that date is. So that's when you'd have to have everything filed with us, I
11th?
think. Is it the 11th?
The Monday before the 18th is
The 18th is the week of the 11th. That Thursday would be the 14th. And the 7th is the first week of April.
Yeah, so they would have to have everything in the Conservation Office on the 11th, I think.
Right.
April 11th.
And then
I don't know if
you'd
they
be
can
able to
make
have
that.
the meeting on the 21st?
So then we would have the notice of intent meeting at that point in time, to review the plans.
I think it's gonna take a couple meetings, Mark, at a minimum.
Yeah, it is, yeah, it is.
3 or 4, you know,
Yeah.
what I think.
Yeah, I agree, Bill.
The other thing that I am going to make, and my board agrees with me, of course, that make the recommendation that your board considers to have some meetings quicker than every 3 months, every 3 weeks, or every 4 weeks, to help get this project finalized for the town.
You guys meet once a month.
No,
I'm
we
only
don't.
kidding. I'm only kidding.
We met last night.
I know you did.
2 weeks. This
I know
week,
you
we've
did.
met almost 24 hours.
I know you did.
So, but we know, and what we've done for this project. What we've done for this project, so I just would request that you would consider that.
If the applicant makes a request, we can consider it. I mean, you know.
You aware of what we're saying, Mr. Petrie?
Yes,
That we
yeah.
make a request that, to try to get it so it does get done.
I mean,
Your approval has to get done first, prior it going to the planning board. So am I correct that you're going to go to
Well,
them
maybe
and
not
then the
final
planning
approval,
board?
we need at least a couple meetings to
With
see
them
how the plan
first.
changes and then take it to the planning
Then
board.
the planning board. So,
Right.
we get that, and then, no, we're gonna be in the middle of May again before this is, so.
I mean, the fact that the wetland line has been determined helps the process a lot.
Yep.
I mean, we're not gonna discuss that at all. That's been discussed, that's been, the ORAD's been issued. So then it just comes down to, the Wetlands Protection Act and the stormwater policy that falls underneath that. So there'll be review of calculations and, soils and all that kind of stuff that's gonna have to go on, and consultants involved. So it's gonna take, a couple of 3 meetings, as Bill said.
Yep.
Right, as far as, you'll have Foster O'Neill do your consultants for you, right?
We do, and we also have our own independent consultant, Lucas Environmental. He doesn't do stormwater, he does the wetlands.
Right, well, the wetlands have already been done, haven't they?
The line has been done, yeah. He was very involved with that. So, but, I mean, if they've got road crossings, or if they have any filling of wetlands, we've got to take that in consideration and look at replication areas, 2 to 1, and all those kinds of things.
So,
Right, that's all part of the plan that they're,
Okay, so,
so you're agreeable on that, and you are also agreeable on what we've said.
Yes.
So, Mr. Cipriano, are you agreeable in the way we're going to go forward with this? Legally?
You know, Mr. Chairman, it's just about upside down, but as long as the Conservation Commission chairman is okay with the process based upon the letter sent, then I have no further comment on it, except that in the future, there is a set procedure, and the expectation would be that that would be followed.
I will guarantee you that from now on, that will never happen again as long as I'm here.
Okay, so it's unfair to everybody to have to go through this confusion.
agreed.
And the other thing, just so everybody knows, which the board members don't even know, but I have talked to Hillary from the planning board, and she's made a recommendation that on our decision, which is something the planning board has on their agenda on the bottom of it, that has a wording, and I don't know exactly what that wording is, but she told you, right, Karen? No. As far as, instead of having other business, there's a thing that you'd put, so there'd be other things that we'd specifically put on there, because in this Park Central project, we've stayed, you know, the meetings, but we haven't gone into all the specific details on the meetings. But now, since we're going forward and that we'll do it, and we're gonna add to our agenda, if the board agrees to it, on the main board, that we'll put the comments under the thing, and there's a wording which is done out, stating that, you know, what we're gonna have a discussing on, other than a public hearing or a public meeting, it'll be just a public meeting on the notice. So that's something that we are definitely going forward with immediately,
Okay.
all right?
I mean, that would be helpful for all boards to do that, so that you know not only that it's on, but what it's on for.
Right, and I mean, as far as in the future, which I did agree with you and Mr. Purple that I would do that as long as we're going forward from now on, and all applications or permits in front of our board will get properly filed that way. And Karen, which has been extremely busy, and I really feel bad because she's been right out straight, we've talked about this and agreeable on what we're going to put on our applications, the way we're gonna do it. And I have told her since then that any letters or information that we get on the 40B project and the use variance, that she would automatically email them to the planning board and conservation immediately. And she's been doing that since the 24th, which there's been a stack of them that have been emailed to us from everybody and everything else, but she's been giving them to the two boards, and that's something that will be continued.
It was the town administrator's understanding and town council's understanding that that would occur starting tonight, not in the future, but at this point, it's academic.
It started on the 24th.
It was supposed to start relative to this project tonight.
Say that again now?
For tonight.
The reconsideration of waivers was to occur tonight.
That's right, that's on the agenda, that's what we're doing.
Oh, you are, you're gonna vote to reconsider the waivers?
What the board has agreed that they're not gonna reconsider it, but they're going to let it go in front of conservation, let them do it, and then have it come back in front of us, and then we will decide what we're going to do.
Okay, that's,
But we are going to mandate that the applicant go in front of conservation, because Mark has made it clear that he doesn't have to do that, and he doesn't have right, but he has agreed to do that for us. We've maintained that he has to do that for us.
okay. Well, at this juncture, as long as the Conservation Commission chairman is fine with that, I have no further comment.
Okay. And Mr. Pasamato?
yeah, I guess just procedurally, how do you instruct the applicant to come in front of us and discuss bylaw issues and stormwater bylaw issues for the town, given you've given the waivers? I'm just procedurally trying to figure out how that works.
What we've done is, I've said that he is going to go in front of you, he's going to get the plan, submit it to you immediately, and go in front of you as he normally would on any type of conservation plan.
Right. Mr. Chairman, what we're going to do as soon as practical, and I don't know if we're gonna make the April 11th getting it to you deadline or not. We're gonna file a notice of intent, okay, under the Wetlands Protection Act. We are not going to be filing a notice of intent under the local bylaw, okay? So, I mean, the local bylaw for the wetlands protection essentially is the 20-foot buffer. So they are going to see, okay, when they see our plan, like when they saw the other plans, that we do not intend to comply with the 20-foot buffer. That doesn't mean it can't be discussed, because they're gonna have plans in front of them, which we're gonna be looking for an order of conditions under the Wetland Protection Act, which is the state law, okay? We're not looking for an order of conditions under the local bylaw, because we don't need it. That's what the waiver is all about. They can come back to you during that application process, and they can tell you that even though they're not looking for it, we don't think you should waive it. That's what the dialogue is going to be.
Certain areas, they might say,
Certain
we're okay
areas,
here, not
right.
okay there.
Right. You then don't have to waive it, okay? But just to be clear, we're not applying for a local permit with. the
No, I know, but I just, we all want to go on record on the board, I believe, I don't want to speak for everyone, but for myself at least, that we are going to take the comments from the conservation very seriously.
Yes,
Because clearly, you know, they are an important part of this, and we want to make sure that they don't walk away feeling as though that, that their voice wasn't heard and we didn't take them seriously. This is, I wouldn't call it a threat, but we just want to make sure that we're going to act. If these guys come back, you know, breathing fire, then we're going to act accordingly, I guess.
And under Chapter
And should be.
40B, however, okay, under Chapter 40B, however, you can't impose, okay, or shouldn't impose local regulations.
I get that.
If it somehow interferes.
I get
with-
that.
Okay.
I do get that.
Right, okay. So as
We're
long as
just
we're all on
not
the same
blanketly
page.
looking to ignore it.
And I
It's
think we're all on the
only
same
in certain
page.
areas where we tried, but we just
Right.
couldn't. We're not just blankly saying, work wherever you want in a 20-foot buffer.
Absolutely, and I
Because when
think
he
that
sees the
even-
plans, he'll see it's
Right.
specific areas
Right.
where we had no choice, and we can explain to him why. It's not a blanket waiver of the entire bylaw.
No, I understand that, and Mr. Passamoto's already made a comment that these waivers are typical in 40Bs. They just the process has to go through them, right?
So to set the record straight, we understand that you may reconsider
Right.
the
That's
waivers
it.
that you've already given based on the comments you get from Conservation and Planning Board in the future.
Okay.
But with that said, we would like to
Let's move on.
continue on with some substance.
Let's move
Okay.
on.
Mr. Pasamato, do you agree on that? Are you set to go forward that way?
Yeah, I just don't know if you have to take some kind of a formal vote or something, or do you provide some instructions to them, or, you know?
It'll be in the minutes, I assume.
We can make a quick vote, a motion to request that the applicant,
Well, Mr. Chairman, how about I have counsel
yeah,
send a letter,
okay.
all right?
Okay.
Then it's in
All
writing.
right.
Then it's in writing and everyone's.
We're agreeing to what we said, and I'll
Yep,
put it
yep.
in writing.
And the other thing that I request, and the board agrees or disagrees, that the conservation put thoroughly on their condition, on their agenda, what they're doing, and the planning board also does that on their agenda, and not just put the Park Central or whatever.
Well, on our agenda, it's going to be very specific to the legal notification that they file with us.
Okay.
It's very, very specific. There's no,
All right.
yeah.
So we all set with that then? Mark, are
Okay.
you all set?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for it going the way it did. Okay.
Can we proceed?
Pete, yes, excuse me, go ahead.
John Bartolini Jr. I'm not posturing for any board here. I'm just speaking as an abutter. I haven't spoken on this since November, but I think probably now is a good time to get it back out on the record again. The drainage comes my way. Bill knows this, and I've talked to Bill. I think we've texted back and forth 3 times in the past 2 weeks. But I have an intermittent stream, and I would like to remain an intermittent stream. It's important to me and my property that it remains that way. And I just want to have it on the record to get out there that Bill has offered to review the plans with my engineer and go over things here, but I just want to make sure that and all the stuff that's going on between boards, that
Yeah,
the
but
abutter doesn't get forgotten here, that,
The intermittent stream has nothing to do with this board, Jack. You have to go in front of conservation with Mr. Pasamato on that, not us.
well, drainage is with somebody here. Who's it with?
Conservation, not us.
Well, I thought you just gave a waiver on that, so where does that go?
What? No, a conscientious permit on the maintenance of it all. But it's going in front, we just agreed, it's going to go in front of conservation to be done, so you need to go to them
That's fine, I
and tell
just.
them what you want.
Bill and I are working things out here, I think, still, but.
But anything to do with the drainage or anything goes to the conservation, not our board.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Howard Rose, 2 Bantry. We've talked about the 40B, the 40B, the 40B. When do we talk about the 40A?
It is the 40A in the same discussion.
The 40A is not under your jurisdiction. It is on the roads, it is on the 40B, and everything around the building. When does it come back to talk about the 40A?
We've been talking about the 40A.
Not once tonight have you said A. It's been 40B. Not once tonight have you said A. It's been 40B, 40B. We have combined this into one
I call it
project.
the residential district.
But you keep calling it the 40B, and Mr. Eagle has called it the 40B. It is not the same thing, and there are different rules and different bylaws for the 40B and the 40A.
No, we've voted on the conscientious permit for the 40A to do the rules and regulations under the 40B project.
For the roads and
For
the traffic.
project, except for parking, lighting, landscaping, and what do you call, which is going to go to the planning board.
Town
Mr.
council.
Petrie?
Sidewalks.
And the sidewalks.
Sidewalks, right.
The question is that there's 2 projects here, the 40A and the 40B. The comprehensive permit was for the roads, the traffic, but the projects were still separated, and there still is a component of a 40A that has not been discussed at all and still needs to be, and that is not the jurisdiction of the ZBA. That should go back to the boards that actually control it.
For what?
For conservation, for planning, none of this has gone in front of the boards that needs to go for the 40A
That is
project.
going in front of conservation, no problem. It is going in front of the planning board for the 4 conditions we gave them.
But what about the rest for the 40A?
We're doing it.
You don't have the authority.
Yes, we do.
Council?
We voted on it, it was accepted by our board.
But your board is not the
It
town
was
or the planning board.
requested by the
You're
neighbor's
overstepping.
attorney to do so, and by Mr. Petrie.
All right. Are we talking about the grant of the use variance?
Yes.
The grant of the use variance is the highest form, I've only said this several times over the last year, but it's the highest form of zoning relief that can be obtained. It's not under state law, it just happens to be in Southborough's zoning bylaw. The jurisdiction of the grant of any variance under state statute rests solely with a zoning board of appeals. Because it's the highest possible zoning permission you can get, it's literally a zoning amendment as decided by a 5-member board. It can be conditioned significantly so as to not have negative impact. It's not like a dimensional variance. That's the junior variance. The use variance is the highest form of a grant that you, of a variation against a bylaw that you can give. So that's within your jurisdiction. I've already argued and said that this is the equivalent of a planned unit development. Something that there was a concept in the 1970s in California, but it's identified as a planned unit development. You have substantial jurisdiction between Chapter 40B and the use variance under Chapter 40A, but there is, the issue that I was initially assigned to address over a year ago was the role of the planning board and whether or not they had any residual, not the best word, but a portion of the site plan review. And initially, the thought of this board was that that wasn't true, but we concluded legally that it was.
No, we did agree on the issue.
Well, you only did that after, well, after council advised, and there was language put into the use variance grant that afforded the planning board an opportunity to address some of those issues.
Yes.
Nobody in this town disagrees with that. That's a legal statement and standard that exists.
Yes.
So I hope that kind of clarifies the interaction, but you're doing most of it under your jurisdiction, but there still is residual or other authority that vested in the planning board and the Conservation Commission.
Yeah.
I don't think the developer, and I've spoken to his counsel about this, there's no disagreement about that.
No.
I mean, every legal assessment I've given, they've agreed with, but So the bottom line is that you have that jurisdiction, but you've got to afford your fellow boards an opportunity to address some of the other issues.
Yes, and we have, and we've requested that Mr. Petrie file it with the planning board.
Which
It's
is under
just
the-
that he's not got to the position to do it yet.
Which was under the advice of council relative to engineered
That's right,
plans.
and
Okay.
we've requested it to be done, and requested it to be done and everything, but he's not got to the point to do that yet, which is not our responsibility.
Okay.
And the technical issues on it, we're taking as we're going, and we can't finalize the discussion on it until we get the 100% plan also, that we can go into the technical issues on the site, which we can't do because we don't have that plan either.
No, I understand, and I think that the frustration of the neighborhood is that they want to get to the next step. Whatever that next step is with plans and discussion, they want to get there. So this whole process of permit review is in pieces. There's not enough integration in the process, at least that's my opinion, from what I see. And again, that part of it, and I'm not blaming the ZBA members, but it's just confusion. And I don't think it's necessary to have that confusion.
No, it is major confusion, there's no question about it.
But see, Mr. Chairman, it's your responsibility to mitigate the confusion, to not let that happen. That's what a zoning board of its chairman has got to do.
Yes,
Can we continue?
yes, sir.
Perfect. Mike?
What are we here for?
You need to, yes, you need to use that mic, sir.
My name is Michael Scott. I'm an engineer at Waterman Design Associates, and of course, I'm here on behalf or with the Capital Group. And we'd like to continue going through the waiver requests, the list of waivers that have been requested. Mr. Bellick from our office was here, I think, a few weeks ago, and we've talked ad nauseum already about the few that were discussed and then voted upon that evening. You received a letter, I believe, around February 24th, with, on the order of 10 or so waiver requests, so I'm going to read from that letter as they are enumerated, knowing that 2 or 3 of them have already been discussed. When we reach those, we'll skip right over them. So the first item is Chapter 171 of the Town Code of the Town of Southborough, Sections 174-1 through 174-28. It's a request for waiver from compliance with Article 3 use regulations, and in particular, Section 174-8.2, the Residence A District, 174-8.6, the Industrial Park District, and 174-8.7, the Industrial District. Use regulations and dimensional regulations set forth within each section, including but without limitation, as the 14B heights of buildings will exceed the 45-foot and 3-story requirement. So that was a long-winded way of saying they're looking to raise the buildings over 45 feet within the 40B rental portion of the property. And as I understand it, architecturals have been discussed with this board, and that those units are on the order of 4 stories and 52 feet.
Correct. We've presented all the plans to the many, many meetings ago.
Originally.
Originally, yep.
And you've talked to the fire department about this?
Yep.
You've gotten input
They've-
from the
they've-
fire chief?
Police have signed off, fire department signed off.
Okay.
And this is a different height than we had in the original building.
Initially, they were 5 stories. We've managed to get them down to 4
Get 'em
stories.
lower,
And the
yeah.
plans we presented all had 4 stories on them.
Okay.
Are the utilities, the HVAC, is that gonna be on the roof or on the side? Where's that gonna be?
They're wall units.
They're wall units, okay. They're like ductless or
Yeah,
they're?
exactly. Yep,
Okay,
yep.
got it.
Okay, so that is the fullness of that waiver?
That's the full for height.
Okay.
Okay. So we need a motion to approve that.
Do you have a question? Do you have any?
Or excuse me,
Yeah.
are there any questions first?
Nope. I'll make a motion to approve that.
Well, 1 minute, are there any public questions before we go forward on that waiver? Okay, seeing none, we'll make a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the height request, height change request.
Of 45 feet, is it?
Is it 40?
Greater than 45.
Greater than
Okay.
45.
Do we have a second? Was there-
What is the height, though?
13 times 4.
Yeah, I would suggest that you put a.
Yeah, I don't want to just say greater than 45.
Greater than 45, but not to exceed.
Well, the height that was discussed is 52, but
Well,
I
I
have
was
not
saying-
seen the architectural drawings,
So we'll say
so
not
I
to
would
Any
have,
higher than, say, 55?
55.
That's good.
Okay,
55.
all right, so be not any higher than 55 feet.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. The next one, sir?
Next one is section 174, 9.1, common driveways, and in particular, the request is to waive the requirement that each lot served by a common driveway must have its own full required frontage on a public way, and to waive the requirement of a turnaround provision in all seasons. This is, in essence, there's essentially one common driveway that comes from Flag Road to the rental units that goes through the for sale portion of the property. That has legal frontage. There are a number of spur driveways off of that. It could be interpreted that there's more than one common driveway. Certainly, there's not enough frontage for each of those driveways, so it's,
Okay.
that's the request.
Right. This project is all on one lot, in the essence of it, okay? And so that's why we need the waiver, because we only.
I understand.
We have
I
multiple
understand
uses on one lot.
Right. Paul, any?
No questions.
Mr. Morris, you have a question?
A little while ago, talked with the Conservation Commission about giving them an opportunity to speak before you considered these votes. The common driveway is under the jurisdiction of the Planning Board. The Planning Board hasn't had an opportunity to give you comments relative to your waiving of that requirement. So, similar, you haven't, with the votes that you've already taken in the Conservation Commission's jurisdiction, you haven't taken the vote yet on the common driveway, which is the Planning Board's jurisdiction. So I'm suggesting that you not vote on this tonight and allow the Planning Board to give you comments relative to that waiver.
No, what's going to happen is we are going to vote on it the same way as we did conservation, and it will go to you the same way we're sending it to conservation, unless Mr. Petrie wants to do it different.
No, I think that's the right way to do it. I mean,
Is the board agreeable in going forward as we've been doing?
Ms. Eagles, just before you carry on with that thought, unlike conservation, the common driveway's been there from day one. They've had months to comment on it if they had an issue with it. I went before that board 2 times. We went through the plans in great detail. Not once has anyone said anything about an issue with the common drives. This is why the project's taken so long, because we've got to spoon feed everyone. No one wants to look at the plans, take time to write down their issues and submit them to either myself or the board. They want me to spoon feed them. I'm not going to do it. This is a waste of my time, my money, and the board's time. Vote on it, yes or no, and I'll go before them. If he has issues, he can put them in writing, and I'll come back to the board when you guys make the final vote.
I have a question.
If you
Why
look
is-
at our
I have a
January
question
4th
first.
comment letter, you'll see there's a comment in there relative to common driveways.
Why has not the board in the last 2 weeks discussed this?
If you
You
look at our
received the waivers
January,
on the
hold on,
24th.
don't put the burden back on us. We have no formal submittal before the planning board. The 70% drawings that we got, we promised to comment by January 4th. We submitted our comments on January 4th. Within those comments is a comment relative to the common driveways.
Right, and we're going to prevent a waiver against that comment.
Mr. Chairman, we submitted a response to their January 4th letter.
Right, didn't
We've
we
already
respond
submitted
to
it
all your
back to you.
requests? All your issues with the, you know, the submission that you had, that January submission to us, didn't we address all your concerns? Didn't we answer everything? If you had a question beyond that, wouldn't you have spent time up at that podium and asking us if we needed to address things further?
We discussed every one of those issues.
I mean,
I gave 'em
honestly,
back in
with
writing.
all due respect to the planning board, I do hear what the developer is saying. I mean, this has been talked and talked and talked about. We do need to try to move things along. This is This is not, this should not be a contentious issue, this road right now. This has been on the drawings since day one.
Day one.
It's not like a new road that all of a sudden appeared. So if you had specific comments about an issue with that road, you should have submitted to us long ago. That's the way I feel.
We've commented at almost every single meeting relative to your jurisdiction. There's a 40B project here, and there's a 40A project here. You have full jurisdiction to waive those things under the 40B. You have no jurisdiction to waive them under the 40A.
We
We've
are,
said that
and
at
we're going
every
forward with it, Mr.
single-
Morris.
We've said that at every single opportunity, that you do not have that jurisdiction.
But the main road is we already determined that that main road, that feeder road into the project is part of the 40B project.
Right.
You've made that determination, but there is zero agreement
Well, it
relative to
doesn't- you know,
that
we don't need your
on the
agreement,
planning board.
apparently. I mean, really, we didn't need your agreement. That's the whole idea of this 40B process. We made that determination months ago.
And we've made a determination that you've overreached into other authority.
Mr.
And
Chairman,
that's the fundamental problem here, is you're blurring the line between the 40B project and the 40A project. You're applying all of this stuff to the 40A and the 40B project, and you have no jurisdiction in the 40A project.
Mr. Morris, you're 100% wrong, and I've stated it, and I'm going to state it again. We made it very clear when we approved the 40A project that we were going to take control of it. I went against the board and Mr. DePietri and agreed to send it to your board for the 4 other conditions. Everything else is coming under this board. It was the way it was approved, it was the way it was voted and requested by the applicant, and the abutters lawyer also requested that to be done that way, and that's why it's this way. If not, we would have sent it to you like we always do. But it was requested that it wasn't done that way, and it was agreed upon to get the rental project that we did it this way. Otherwise, we'd be sitting here with 3 40B projects in front of us. One of them would have been built already by now.
and Mr. Chairman, had the planning board or any other party withstanding wanted to challenge that determination, they had the absolute right to bring a judicial action. They didn't. The variance is the final answer on that question. Attorney Cipriano explained it. Okay, every time I go to a meeting regarding this project, we hear about this conflict of jurisdiction. We will do the same courtesy to the planning board that we're doing with the Conservation Commission. In the letter that you want me to write, when we go before the planning board, if there are specific issues that they want to raise, that they don't think that the waivers that that we hopefully will get tonight are appropriate, and you guys want to reconsider it, reconsider it. But please, let's go forward. No more political haggling and hagging tonight, okay? I've hearing this all week over this jurisdiction. He should talk to town council. Aldo has given you his opinion, and that opinion has been consistent for over a year and a half. Please, let's move forward. It's 11:15. We've done one waiver.
I agree.
Enough.
We do the waivers all 11 o'clock all the time. It's pretty good.
I feel as though it's important, though, for someone from the planning board to, at these meetings, at the time that you discuss these, to express our opinion, make a request, and listen to the response. And that's what I've done, and I think that's what we'll continue to do every time that we feel as though you're overreaching into the planning board's jurisdiction.
And Mr. Chairman, you do not have to, okay, allow someone to speak if it's going to be repetitive. We understand the planning board's position. It's very, very clear what it is, okay? Mr. Morris has made that position clear, okay, 50 times, and let's just move on.
Okay, 1 minute, please. I'd like to give, a chance to make a comment.
Hi, Wendy DeMichaelis, 15 Bantry Road. I just want to set the record straight on something. After this question came up of what the abutters requested in the agreement as regards to the planning board's involvement, I did touch base with our attorney, and he said that we didn't specifically say we wanted the planning board out. It was going to be under a use variance, and therefore the planning board's role isn't the same as it would be under a usual project. But it wasn't a special request. I just wanted to clarify that.
Mr. Chairman, I disagree 1,000%, Wendy. He sat right here, stood up, and said, we want the same board to approve both projects.
So he might not have remembered it, but I remembered it, he remembered it, and Jim remembered it.
I don't remember it either.
20
I have no recollection of that
moved. It's moved.
whatsoever.
Excuse me, ma'am.
What?
Take the time and go back and listen to the video. 'cause
Exactly.
I've done it
Thank you.
twice now because I've been asked this question by individuals. And Mr. Hill got up. He sat in that seat right there and made the comment, which has never been done before. And it was made that night and it was discussed prior to it. So you get a chance, you go back and
Well,
look
what night was it? Can you tell me what night it was?
Oh, I'm not, I mean, it's back a year and a half ago. So exactly, I don't know.
Mr.
I don't
Chairman,
know.
can we please keep the comments to the
What?
waivers? We're never gonna get out of here tonight, please.
Presently, we're going forward with
That's
the
fine.
waivers, with no other discussion. So, Mr.
Okay.
Angelo, go forward, please.
Wait, they gotta vote on this one.
We have
Oh.
a.
You have one before you.
Yes. Common
I'm a
driveway.
driveway.
Yeah, so, what
Motion to grant-
exactly is your waiver request on the driveway? How is it worded?
To waive the requirement that each lot served by a common driveway must have its own full required frontage on a public way, and to waive the requirement of a turnaround provision in all seasons.
It doesn't have the full frontage.
The
Right.
subject development is proposed on a one lot, which obtains its frontage on Flag
All right.
Road, a public way.
I'll make a motion to accept their waiver based on, Karen, you get all that?
Yeah, 174.9.
Yes, it's
Point one.
written verbatim in the waiver request.
You're gonna give her that, okay.
She
Yeah.
has it. She has
Can you
it.
tell me what the code was for the first, for the,
It should be.
It's
the height?
also right in there.
174,
28.
28?
8.6E4.
We'll let them read it,
Thank you.
all right?
All right, so who?
All right,
Dave?
I made the motion.
Second?
Second the motion.
All right, you want to
Any
discuss
further
it?
discussion?
Any discussion?
Any public discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Okay.
Go forward.
Sure, next section is 17410, site plan approval. So it's a request to waive site plan approval.
Well, that's waivers, except for the
Residual.
the four original issues that we have with the planning board, that we agreed upon, that we're not
Right,
gonna...
that the planning board will review.
Well, I make a point of clarification. The reason that this waiver is in here is because, not to go back down the same path again, but this is under the comprehensive permit, and specifically for the comprehensive permit, we would like a waiver of the site plan approval as it applies to the comprehensive permit. The variance talked about site plan approval for the townhouse project.
Condition.
Right, as
The
a,
four
okay.
conditions we approve.
Right, for the townhouse, but this is a request for a waiver for site plan approval for the 40B project.
Of which areas of it on the site plan?
Okay, anything but the townhouse, anything but the area of the townhouse, which you have reserved residual site plan approval to the planning board.
Yeah, but we've done, no, ourselves, as far as the town, we've done some of the landscaping issues and some of the lighting and stuff with that part of it. So is that,
The planning board has no jurisdiction.
no, not the planning board, I'm talking about us.
Right, we're asking you to waive site plan approval. You could still condition your comprehensive permit, okay, on landscaping requirements and anything else that
Okay.
you deem
All right.
appropriate. This is just to make clear that the regulation is not applying to the 40B.
Okay,
Okay, so, want to make a motion to waive the site plan approval?
It's Section 17410.
170, section 17410. I'll make a motion to waive the site plan approval, section 17410.
As it relates to the 40B.
I was about to say, as it relates just to
Just to the 40B site.
the 40B component.
Right.
Okay. I'll second that.
okay, but we do have the right for the other discussions on
Under
that.
the use variance.
Under the use, okay, so, all right, Malcolm seconded.
I second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Next section, 174-11, signs. This is due to the fact that there's a sign proposed at the entrance of the 40B, the rental portion of the property, that would be illuminated past 10 PM. And the sign at the entrance of the rental units and the sign on Route 9 would be illuminated from within. And additional directional and information signs would be presented by the applicant as part of the signage request for board approval. And preliminarily, these signs have been shown as signs out at the public way.
So what is the request to waiver for?
It's just for all portions of the sign regulations under 17411. And again, some of the reason being is that the signs would be illuminated later than 10 PM. There are some internally illuminated signs, and then there would be additional signage within the development to direct people to the proper addresses and so on. And
These two signs are gonna be where?
will there be,
I'll join. So this sign, which would be the main entrance sign, one would be here at the entrance of Park Central.
Mike?
So this sign on the left here would be the main entrance sign at two locations. One would be at the island here at Route 9
Yep.
and Park Central. The other one would be at the entrance of the new access drive off of Flag Road.
Okay.
The apartment signs, one would be indicating this building, one would indicate that building there, and they would have addresses on them.
The signs inside the site, there is no, it's private site, there is no sign issues on that. The signs on the outside is the same types of signs that we did with Madison Place. And he has the sign on two different locations on Route 9, one on Route 9 and one on the side road that we permitted. So it'd be the same thing as what requested
And-
here.
They are backlit, but we tried to keep it with not white, but a colored light, so it's not real bright, but at least at nighttime, people can see.
Right, so these are gonna be on all night long?
We can, maybe till like 1.
Well, only because specifically the one on Flag Road.
Yep.
In a residential zone,
So we can limit that down.
I would think that would be something that we should think about.
The thing about it is the fact that the red roof sign is on all night.
But that's not in residential. That's
What?
not, the red
Yeah,
roof.
but there is no residential housing on Flag Road where the sign is.
Yeah, there will be.
Excuse me, where is the sign on Flag Road?
Right at the entrance.
Yeah.
At the intersection of our Connector Road and Flag Road, it's probably 100.
At the connector drive.
Oh, there, I thought
Right
it was
there.
down on Route 9.
No, there's one here,
Oh.
and one's gonna go there. There's two of them.
Oh,
Yeah, here's my suggestion.
So
I
that's-
suggest,
I didn't
I
realize
suggest
that's what it was.
that you think about, maybe 10 or 11 o'clock.
That's fine.
As a max, and maybe make the sign reflective. So if someone shows up at, let's say, 2 in the morning,
Yeah, the
coming
lights hit
back,
it.
they'll at least see some reflection, and it won't light up for any homes in that area. I think that might,
I would suggest that the waiver could be, you waive the regulations subject to the board's imposition of reasonable.
you gotta,
That you waive the regulations subject to the board's imposition of reasonable conditions regarding the duration of use of the signs. So in other words, how late they can stay on, and right now, we're requesting a waiver so that we can place the signs in this location, and we would like to use these signs.
yeah.
That's all we're looking
I
for
personally don't
tonight.
have a problem with the signs, except on the ones on Flag Road. The Route 9 sign's fine, the one that's inside the park is fine. It's just that one, I mean, there are a couple homes, probably within 100 feet or
Across the
150. Yeah, I mean.
Yes, no, there are. I mean,
I wouldn't
or
wa- I
you
wouldn't
can
wanna-
impose the conditions
I
right
wouldn't
now.
wanna see that all night.
No, I would make the vote with the conditions on it,
Yeah.
Dave, so we have it now. I
Right.
don't want to leave
Yeah,
anything
okay,
open.
well, as long as there's some wording in there that we'll grant the waiver with the understanding that, that one sign won't be on past 11 o'clock.
I'm okay with that.
So why don't we just grant the waiver and that will be conditions put on that sign after?
Oh, that's fine too, if you're,
And the thing is,
Okay.
that I'd like to read the conditions that we did under Madison Place on their signs, because there was a major issue with them also.
yeah, but Madison
So,
Place has no homes around it. It's-
What?
it-
No, but there was an issue because one on Route 9 all the time and one on double signs on the project.
Okay,
So
all right.
Just have to look the
All
way
right,
it
that's
was
fine, all right,
written.
so we'll agree to the waiver on the signs, subject to conditions
Flag Road.
specifically on Flag Road.
I mean, I said at a prior meeting, I think the signs are important because, I mean, you need to know where the
Need to know.
project is, and I think for safety reasons, I mean, again, I notice, and I always forget the name of it, the one off of Northborough Road where there's no signage, and folks that are visiting or coming and going are constantly, locking them up and taking a hard right.
Right.
So, especially with the proximity of
Yeah.
Route 9, I think that
Yeah.
should be avoided for safety reasons.
But
The question I have is, why is there a sign at the
Route 9?
at the Route 9 and the Park Central
Because there'll be
Road.
cars coming in there, they'll be able to come in but not go out.
It's still gonna be an
On the
access.
gate.
Right.
It's not gonna be an
Right.
egress.
Right, you'll be able
That's
to,
only.
right.
The other issue, questions about internal signs, which will give the waiver, but there's a couple of issues I have on the internal signs. On the emergency access is going through the subdivisions and stuff, that the proper signage that is put in those areas to keep people from trying to go through those gates or whatever.
Trying to get there, yeah,
Right, so that's something that we need to take care of also.
in the conditions, yeah.
All right, so let's see if we can word this. So why don't we say that we'll grant the waiver. What is the section, Mike?
It's all of 17411.
It's 17411. We'll grant the waiver subject to conditions that we'll set forth in a future meeting and restrictions specifically on that Flag Road sign.
Right, and the thing is that we get down the road that you give us a drawing that shows that, okay?
Yep.
Okay, you have a second on that?
I second that.
All right, and then he's gonna give a drawing, so we're gonna
Okay.
add that to the
All right.
waiver.
And-
All right?
Yep. And
Everybody, you agree?
Yep.
All right, any other comments on that from the neighbors as far as the signage? Okay, all in favor? Aye, thank you.
Next is 17412, which is the parking and loading regulations. Again, looking for a waiver from that entire section, but specifically, there are a few things that are, the plan deviates from the requirements, so I'll at least explain them briefly. For one, the town requires 9.5 by 18-foot parking spaces. We've drawn everything at 9 by 18, which may not sound like a significant difference, but over several hundred parking spaces, it does add up to a tenth of an acre of pavement that can be taken off the plan. Additionally, again, it allows us to reduce the impervious areas on site, and it allows us to actually compress or condense, if you will, the development footprint, which then affords the opportunity to save some of the natural vegetation and save some buffer, to adjoining properties and to the highway in particular. Additionally, would note that, this is, yes, the requirement for parking in particular, for the rental units is, we're looking for 260 surface spaces and 44 garage spaces, as opposed to the 360 spaces, which would be 2 per unit. We're at a ratio of about 1.7 per unit. So the thought there is, the for rent component is not necessarily in need of 2 spaces per unit. They're 1 and 2 bedroom units. And I'm not, are there 3 bedroom units in that?
Yes.
Yeah,
There are some?
There are.
Yeah.
And where we're doing a few, right now, we're doing another significant project in Shrewsbury where this is the same topic of discussion. The traffic engineer there has cited, as has the attorney that's involved, cited about 1.3 as being, 1.3 to 1.5 as being sufficient for the for rent market in 1, 2, 3 bedroom mix apartment units.
Do
We're
you
looking
have
at a
a-
1.7 ratio here.
And you have a planned overflow area in case, worst case scenario, you have to add spaces? I mean, because I guarantee that this site is gonna have more 3-bedroom units than that Shrewsbury site.
It probably, well, I don't know what the ratio there is. The other one is about 10% three bedroom.
This should be 10%, same thing.
Right,
State
the
rate
thing is,
10%.
the thing is on this, which was discussed prior to this, is that the parking is greater
I
than
know
what's
that-
required by
I know.
mass housing anyways.
They want us at 1.3, and we
Right.
we argued up to
They
I
increased
think we're
that on their
1.7
own.
and change.
So 1.7.
Yeah, yeah.
By mass housing, and they requested and had it increased into more parking
Oh.
than that.
Okay.
And Mass Housing's experience is that the 1.3 to 1.5 is sufficient for these kinds of projects, but
Even factoring in a 10% 3-bedroom?
I didn't have that specific discussion with them. At the time that we were
But
sitting
still,
down with them.
1.7 would greatly,
Yeah, at the time we sat down with them, I don't believe that the 10% was actually
Mass
in
housing,
place.
mass housing pushes for as many three-bedroom units as they can
I
get.
know, right, but at
no,
the
no, no,
time.
but I'm saying it was irrelevant to parking.
Well, that's what I'm
ratios.
saying. They push for 3 bedrooms, and they're thinking that 1.5 is sufficient for the.
It depends on
what did you
depends on the location too. The certain towns are closer to mass transit, you can get away with one car. This site isn't.
Well, one of
isn't-
the things that we're going to be dealing with this project is also providing some sort of mass transit connection to the T-station, probably in Westboro as opposed to the one in Southborough because of the information that we've gotten from the MWRT, the bus line, that we could probably work something out where we can get a bus from this project to the
Excellent.
Westboro station.
Okay,
So that was part of the traffic demand study that we discussed with
And
Mass
also the
DOT a
school
couple weeks
buses.
ago.
yeah, okay.
So that's the logic behind the request, if you will.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to accept the waiver to go to parking ratio of
1.7.
1.7.
That's only within the rentals. The townhomes actually have twice as much parking as required by virtue of garage.
Townhomes are different
The
thing.
townhomes are gonna
understand that.
have wider spaces,
They're gonna have the same,
9 foot.
they're gonna have anywhere between an 18 to 22-foot driveway, depends on the geometry of the unit, and a garage space.
Oh, the space, I got,
Yeah.
all right, yeah, I
That-
understand. They can have
That's something in
driveways.
front of the planning board.
Right, I understand.
That's an issue they take
Right.
care of.
But to answer your question, they will be essentially
Okay,
compliant.
all right. So did you finish your?
I think I
sorry.
might have, I don't know.
Made the motion, we have second.
Did you get?
Yeah, and it just pertains to the rentals.
Right.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion otherwise? All in favor? Aye.
The next section is 174-12.1, and it's outdoor illumination, and I believe that goes to the lighting plan, which again is going to be part of the discussion with the planning board. In particular here, there was a photometrics plan prepared. Which is a cloud of numbers, but you can see that where there are the red and yellow highlighted areas, that's where we're proposing street lighting, which is primarily at intersections, crosswalks, and near the clubhouse, and then obviously within the rental portion of the property, but throughout the rest of the property and the townhomes in particular, and in areas where the property adjoins the existing neighborhoods, the idea is to minimize the amount of lighting other than at those critical points.
Right, you just clarify before we go any forward that we have agreed and talked about the lighting on the other half of the project, and except for the rental piece, that waiver will not include the rental piece, because that is, I mean, the
sale piece.
the for sale pieces, because that lighting goes under
Right.
the planning board, which we agreed. Okay, so, Brent, you understand what I'm saying as far as that?
I do
goes?
rent, this is only the 40B rental component,
Right, okay.
similar to with a site plan
Main
review
board, but
portion.
The condo project, lighting is under the planning board agreement, and
Yep.
you understand that?
Yep, yes.
Okay, so we have a motion,
I'll make a motion to accept that. Do you get that? What was the?
What are we waiting?
174-12.1.
lighting? Okay, and you got that, Karen? Okay, I make a motion to waive that
any,
plan.
Under 40B.
yeah.
Under the,
anybody
only
agree?
under the 40B.
On the, yeah,
I don't even understand what we're waiving here.
Oh, well,
What
It would be
explain it to
the-
him, Michael.
What are you looking for relief here?
It's the intensity of the lighting through the site, but in some areas around the rental units, there
So
would
you're
be,
looking
there'd
for
be
less
slightly less
intense-
lighting. It's all dark sky compliant. It provides safe lighting to the parking lots and to the pedestrian areas. And it has house side shields on anything that's on the residential side. But and to be honest, I don't know if we're a little bit over on spillage, perhaps on the highway department side, on the DOT side. But I think the original request was to also talk about the
yeah, but you won't
for
have,
sale portion, but we're actually gonna be dealing with them on that.
yeah, but you don't have anything on the DOT side. Where we-
There's lighting on the 495 side,
From the parking lot.
on the parking lot for the 40B,
Yeah.
yes.
Correct, yes.
So it may be on that portion of it that we're talking about.
We're basically asking for a waiver from the compliance with the outdoor illumination regulation, but once again, that does not prevent this board from, when we present you what our lighting plan is, okay, from approving or tweaking what it is that we're giving you.
So we have looked at it once also, so when they give it to us again, we can do that also.
Okay.
So the thing is to make a condition of the waiver.
That we can tweak?
Make a condition of the waiver with the, make approval of the waiver with the condition of the future plan review. Okay?
Yep.
All right, and make that motion, please.
So a motion to waive with the ability to tweak.
To grant the waiver,
Waiver of the outdoor illumination, subject to the imposition of reasonable conditions by the board as to a lighting plan.
after, when we get the plan on it. Okay,
So moved.
all right,
A second.
all in favor? What, any other discussion on the lighting?
All right, so Paul motioned.
Yeah, all in favor? Aye, okay, go ahead, sir.
The next, sorry, the next section is section 17413. It's related to landscaping. As I understand it, the intent is to provide on-site wells for irrigation for the 40B rental component only, so as to limit the withdrawal from the property. Additionally, landscaping will be designed drought-tolerant and native species. Then lastly, essentially what the key here is, we're looking for a finite number of trees to be planted within the rental component, which, based on the parking requirements, could vary because there are different types of trees in the zoning bylaw. There's a table that stipulates for so many parking spaces, ornamental trees or versus evergreen, I believe. We're showing 62 trees, but we're not showing them interspersed evenly through the parking lot because, again, we're trying to condense the parking lot to save the footprint. So we've shown 62 trees in the 40B rental component portion of the property. The rest of the property will comply with the town requirements. So it's really a matter of how the spacing and the number is arrived at within the 40B component.
Didn't we already get a plan showing
Oh,
us
yeah.
that, I thought?
Twice, yeah, we did.
And we did agree to it at that time, I thought. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, we've talked about.
Well, we didn't officially ask for the waiver then,
No,
but we
right.
did make the presentation.
Yeah.
We're not asking for a waiver on the amount of trees, just how they're placed, because we're not putting some islands and whatnot.
But you mentioned something about a finite number of trees, you want us,
Well, we're showing 62 based on the parking.
so you don't want to be committed to any more than 62 trees?
Well, the number could go up to maybe 90, depending on how the interpretation is. And we, of course, then we're going to have a hard time finding locations for them, I
You're
think is
saying
what
no
we're...
less than 62.
Right.
No, that's what I'm saying, no less or no more?
No more.
No more than 62.
Okay, do
Wait
we,
a second, wait a second.
That just contradicts what you said.
No. What I'm saying is we don't want to be bound to, we don't want to need to find room for more than 62 trees. We've cited those within the 40B.
Right, but so you're gonna have at least 62 trees?
At least 62.
Okay.
That's what's shown on the plan.
That's what I'm saying. So
That's
you're gonna have
the
at least,
finite number.
okay, so.
No less than 62.
Sorry, I'm sorry, did I spin it around?
Yeah.
You spun it around.
Yes, okay.
Was I trying to do you a favor, or was
All right,
it?
so,
I just
right,
throw
I
it out?
understand.
Making sense.
So, all right, so we'll.
But again, what are we waiving here?
We're waiving.
Is there a tree requirement number?
There must be a tree, is there a tree requirement based on the
Parking count. And it's-
size of
and
the
as-
parking lot?
That's correct, the parking space count in the rental component. And as Bill stated, we didn't put islands in, and as I mentioned before, it was to compress the parking, compress that footprint. So we wouldn't be able to site the trees
Just on the
appropriately.
40B site.
That's again, yes, correct. The rest of it complies.
I understand, okay. I don't have a problem with it, so it would be at a minimum of
62.
62 trees
Is that what
on
you're
the
saying?
40B.
We're gonna have we have room for 62?
That's what's on the plan.
Do you want to,
Okay.
do you want to
And it
recount
could be
them
up to
quickly?
90, according to Michael, but I'm not gonna hold you to it. All right, so I'll
He's
make a
the
motion
engineer.
to waive, unless you have other questions, I'm sorry.
Is that number acceptable, or do we need to go with a number that, God forbid you end up with 61, or is there a concern here?
62?
I was told to be comfortable by the designer, Mr. Bellick.
Yes.
Yes, we're comfortable with that.
before we make the agreement, the question I have is the fact that it's another issue that we get eventually the plan showing it, and if there's any comments that we need to make on it, we'd like to be able to do that.
Yep.
So in the decision, we're granting the waiver with the potential that we'll get a plan eventually that we will be able to make another comment if we need to do whatever.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the plan is get through conservation, get through planning board, come back here with a final presentation. and a final set of plans that
Yeah,
you
well,
guys can make
on the-
comments on.
The waivers on the 40B are definitely
Yep.
internal, so.
Yep.
Okay,
Okay, so who's making the motion?
So I make a motion that we waive the tree requirement and with the,
All right, I'll make the, you're falling asleep.
yeah.
All right, I'll make the motion to waive the tree requirement with the stipulation that there'll be a minimum of 62 trees planted on the 40B side.
Paul, you seconded already.
And, right, Paul seconded it. And
any other
discussion?
further discussion on it? All in favor? Aye.
Okay,
Paul?
next.
You in favor?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, yes.
Next section is 174-13.3. It's the lower impact development section of the bylaw. We believe the design has been, you know, driven in a big way by trying to do create as little impact to the site as possible. I mean, clearly the site was developed or prepped for development 40 years ago. But as we've talked, or as I've talked tonight, in particular, the rental component has been squeezed down. We've asked for reduced parking space. We just talked about trying to eliminate islands, again, to further reduce. All of these things go towards the low-impact principles, which will minimize the future disturbance. They'll minimize the need for additional stormwater, and so forth. So I don't have the 5 components of it with me. I read them earlier this evening. But in effect, the goal here is to minimize also road widths. It's to minimize, or I should call them driveway widths, just basically reduce the overall hardscape of the development. And we contend that the design has been, you know, not having been involved up until about 6 months ago, all the work to reduce and move the project away from the neighbors. And again, the idea being that reusing what's already been done on the site, all of these things are in an effort to comply with the bylaw, but again, looking for a waiver and with the contention that the project actually
And that waiver
complies.
is that waiver is with the internal site, right?
That's the entire site.
Okay.
This would apply to the integrated drainage system, okay, and layout of both the 40B and
Right.
40A aspects.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Don Morris, Planning Board. I think it was 2 or maybe 3 meetings ago, I stated at that time that 174-13.3 lower impact development, which has the Planning Board as the special permit granting authority, should not be removed from the Planning Board, as similar to what the Conservation Chairman said earlier, where they have expertise in certain areas. The Planning Board has expertise in the lower impact development portion of the bylaw. So I would again request that you do not that you do not waive this requirement, and that you do not have this removed from the Planning Board's jurisdiction. And I'll state again that I believe, and I'm speaking for the Planning Board, also that we believe that you have no jurisdiction to waive this or to take it upon yourself. But the waiving of it is most important. It's essential that this very important part of the bylaw be adhered to. And again, it's goal-oriented, and it's the type of thing that it sounds like the developer, well, I know the developer has experience with this in other projects, and again, respectfully request that you keep this in the jurisdiction of the Planning Board.
It's just, I mean, the same as we've been doing everything else. Yes, sir. The impacted development, number 1, is technically illegal to do on the 40B project at all. That's something that can't be discussed or whatever under the mass housing thing. It's a question I had asked Mr. Monchon about that can't be done. On the condo project, I think that we can do as we've done the prior to it, that we recommend agree to the waiver, let it go to the planning board, and any comments they make, it comes back in front of us at the end, and we have to reconsider, that we agree now to reconsider it if we have to, or we agree to. The thing is, we're sending it to the planning board with a recommendation of what we're considering doing, so they know, so when they review when they look at it and do their thing, they know where it's done, because it does have to come back to us after, no matter what. So once they do it, it's gotta come back, it comes back in front of us, and we have the right to grant it or release it. Yes.
Well, the use variance, this falls under the infrastructure. This is drainage.
Right.
So the use variance encompasses all that through the 40B anyway.
That's right.
And so that it's clear, the plans that we anticipate, final plans or the 100% plans, are not gonna be fully compliant with the lower impact development requirements, but they'll be substantially in compliance. So again, when we go before the planning board, we anticipate that you're not gonna get very much adverse comments, but once again, we request the waiver for the 40B, and we request the waiver because that's what was agreed to in the variance. And if there becomes serious issues when we're before the planning board, you've left the door open for them to come back to you, and then you can reconsider. But for tonight, we would ask for the waiver.
I don't mind granting the waiver, but I do recall discussing that, whatever it was,
The lower impact.
two meetings, I guess, ago, in regards to the planning board's comments to us. So if there is a plausible way to, I guess, waive it, but then, like with some of these others, to, further review, tweak, perhaps rescind based on the planning board's thoughts on that, I wouldn't mind seeing that.
And the only area they definitely review would be the condo area, and they can make, and we can then come back in front of us, and we can reconsider it.
I would definitely want to make sure that they look at that and
Right.
And
So
then-
that'd be
and then
the
come
way
back
we're
to- and
going
then
forward
come
with
back
the
to us
rest
with
of
that.
the rest of these articles. Where if it was strictly 100% 40B, it wouldn't be going that way. So just to make it comfortable and do it
Well,
properly.
would it slow the process if we didn't grant this waiver right now? If you have to go in front of the planning board anyhow? I mean, what we're proposing is to come back to the ZBA with comments from the planning boards to make sure that they were acceptable. I mean, this is the type of thing that wouldn't slow the process down at this point, I don't think. If we didn't grant it at this point, we sort of waited until you did meet with the planning board.
Are there any engineering designs difference with the waiver?
Well, as I said, we're doing everything we can to minimize the footprints. We're gonna comply, obviously, the design has to comply with the stormwater management regulations.
Anyway.
Under 310 CMR, that's the state regulation. The specifics of the town's bylaw and how the town has, or the planning board in particular, has implemented it, there certainly could be some discrepancies. I can't say, because I haven't got the experience in Southborough to know how it's implemented. But again, the goal here has been to utilize what's been developed in the past on the site, minimize the new development, and comply with, obviously, the state regulations, and to the extent that we can, the local regulations.
But doesn't the stormwater management plan go under conservation?
Yes, under the state, as Attorney Catanzaro mentioned earlier, the filing won't be under the local bylaw, it will be under the State Wetlands Protection Act. And the wetlands protection regulations in 310 CMR will have to be fully met. It would be where the bylaw was either above and beyond that, or where the planning board implemented it in a fashion other than is required under the Wetlands Protection Act.
I don't quite understand that.
Well, I think it's the same goal. I can't, maybe the planning board chair could enumerate where there are portions of their local bylaw, that exceed the state regulations, but what I'm saying is this will comply with state regulations
What's on
all
what?
stormwater components.
Yeah, but the stormwater management has no state regulations against the town regulations.
Stormwater management is at the state level is governed under 310 CMR. The towns are allowed to supersede that. They're allowed to impose greater restrictions. They can
We did.
obvious.
The town has done that.
Correct, and I'm not aware of how the town is implementing those on a case-by-case basis. What I'm saying is, we will, as,
You'll meet the state regulations.
it will, obviously has to meet the state regulations, the
But, yeah,
Conservation
right.
Commission. and-
We can't waive on the state regulations, but we can on the conservation regulations.
On the local
that.
regulation.
Mr. Pasamato?
Just trying to clear up some confusion with respect to this, right? So under the Wetlands Protection Act, there's a stormwater policy that the conservation will oversee with respect to stormwater management as it pertains to developments like this. There's a low-impact development portion of the bylaw that Mr. Morris, the planning chair, referred to, that has some overlapping authority with what the town stormwater bylaw is that you guys have already waived for this site, okay? So it's a little confusing where you have lid development and requirements and things that the planning board's responsible for, and then we have the stormwater management bylaw that the Southborough Conservation Commission is responsible for, which is one of the things you guys already waived. Does that help?
So it's the same thing as granting the waiver on this as we did on the other half of it, and let them comment and come back. It's up to the board what they want to do.
Okay. All right, I understand.
It's up to you guys.
What do you want to do?
Yeah, I guess back to my original thought, can we waive and then have it go to planning board
You can
and?
treat it similar to what we do with Mr. Passamato's request.
That's what I'm
On the
wondering.
state, on the town regulations, not the state.
Right.
All right? So make a motion.
So make a motion to waive,
What section is that, Michael?
174-13.3.
Low-impact development
That's it.
to waive compliance with the lid requirements.
With the lower impact
Yeah,
requirement?
she's got it.
Okay.
with the stipulation that it goes to planning for review and back
Right,
to
we'll
us.
wait for their comments, so we can,
Okay.
we could add some conditions, right, we can add conditions.
Yeah.
We could add future conditions based
Yeah.
on planning board
Yeah.
comments.
Second,
Second?
discussion, all in favor? Aye. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Wendy-
ma'am.
Wendy DeMichaelis, 15 Bantry Road. Just a quick question. So is Mr. Kanzawa going to provide a letter including all of the details of these, I think this is the third or the fourth, that you're going to waive now, but hold the right to take it back later? Or,
It's going to be a generic letter that's going to say that we acknowledge the waivers, and we also acknowledge that the board has retained jurisdiction to consider comments from planning board and Concom, and that those comments may result in a rescission of the waiver or a conditioning of the waiver.
okay, but not list each waiver specifically?
No. I've been writing, and it's the waivers that were voted on tonight, which are part of the public record.
Okay.
If you want to send me a draft.
No, a lot of things
Right,
fly
any
by
of these
around
waivers
here.
could
I'm
be
just making
rescinded.
sure.
Right.
Basically, all of them, Dave.
Yeah, any or all can be rescinded, so
We're not limited.
we're just highlighting.
Let's go
one or two
forward,
that are
please.
important.
Certainly. All right, I wasn't at the last meeting, and there's been a lot of discussion about what has been waived. I understand that section 174-13.4, water protection,
It's right, it's,
174-13.5, stormwater and erosion control, that those were waived.
those are
Yeah.
already waived. Yep.
Those are
Okay.
done.
Those were the next two on my list, that's why.
Is that it?
No.
Nope, now we're to the subdivision. We're a little more than halfway done.
Let's go.
Chapter 244 of the Town Code, subdivision of land waiver from compliance with subdivision rules and regulations. Its first section is, it's a request for a waiver from from the entire regulations. There are 9 specific sections that we would like to cite. First one being section 244-13A3. All streets shall be designed and constructed to the end of the layout or the boundaries of the subdivision so as to provide continuous connecting network with other existing and proposed streets. And it goes on to specify a few other dimensional requirements and so on. The request here is twofold. One, these aren't public roads. These are private driveways. They're not a continuous connecting network to other existing or proposed streets. In fact, the design is predicated on not connecting to the existing public streets for purposes of privacy and limiting traffic through the neighborhood. So, in essence, it's not a roadway, there's no public layout, there's no lots being created. The request is to waive that requirement.
I don't honestly understand that.
Well, the requirement in the subdivision regs is to provide roads that could and may in the future be connected to other streets and ways in town to provide a transportation and vehicular circulation network. And that's a requirement of the subdivision regulations. Here, what we're saying is that's completely counter to the mission of this project.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying.
Okay, all right, so, did you get that, Karen, on the waiver, chapter?
She's got it written
You
down.
have, I think you have the letter.
She has the
all right.
waiver in front of her.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to waive the traffic,
Connectability.
connecting ability to other roads and.
Right, and just as a point of clarification too, that this project really isn't subject to the subdivision control law because of what's being developed as a condominium. But it's been our experience with other 40B projects, especially ones of this side, that where we have made representations before that we're going to attempt to comply with the standards, okay, of the subdivision laws in this town, that we wanted to make clear to this board those that we will likely not be able to comply with, and therefore we're asking for the waiver. But this isn't a subdivision, okay? This is a condominium, a private condominium. So, in essence, we're asking for waivers from something we don't really need to have a waiver from because we don't have to comply with it, but we've made representations that we're going to attempt to meet certain subdivision standards, so we felt it more appropriate to bring it out on the table before the board and let you know what parts of the subdivision regs we're probably not going to be able to comply with, and we're asking for waivers from that. And then Mike can go through those, and these are the areas that our engineers have said, if this was a subdivision, you wouldn't be complying with those.
The thing is that, on the entrance of Flag Road, can we make some kind of a condition on just that part of it to be reviewed by us and to grant the waiver on the total project, which the only where it's gonna connect to a public road beyond Flag Road?
Yep.
And just that we do that properly, so it, so it make the approval of the waivers, but that we have a, condition of consideration or whatever on that connection. So, I mean, I don't know how to word it properly.
Basically, what he's saying is he wants where the new access driveway connected up to Flag Road has got to meet.
So the waiver,
standards.
you're waiving the regulations except for where any of the internal common driveways within our project connect to Flag Road or Route 9. Then you're not waiving the requirements.
Specifically, I
Yes.
mean, Flag Road only, because Route 9 is already
This is
done.
already in existence, okay.
Route 9 is already done, so I would say just Flag Road.
Flag Road.
And the emergency access areas don't need it.
Flag, I mean, Route 9 is done, but I guess you're technically connecting to Park Central Road, so,
It's a private road.
Flag Road connecting to,
sorry, okay.
Park Central connecting to Flag Road.
No, the connector drive connecting to Flag Road.
Right.
Yeah,
and that's a
so that's private,
Right.
so that's irrelevant, okay.
Okay, all right, I don't have a problem with it.
Make a motion then.
Yeah, make a motion.
I tried to. Didn't I start the motion already,
Oh.
Karen?
Hold on, we have a discussion.
Hi, Don Morris, Planning Board. I just have a question. You're asking to waive Section 244 subdivision of land, correct?
He's talking to you.
Oh,
Or anybody?
we're asking to waive, we don't believe that 244 is applicable